Flight on the conference loop, comm check.
Here are your 5x5
Finally. Alright, moving over to flight loop. And Tiny Bob, answer your question on Steam. We can simulate LOS, yeah.
Are we doing it through the SCE switch and failing the signal equipment, or are we just gonna blank the screens?
Didn't we do a test where the SCE needs to be actually failed in order for it to operate like that, or no?
Yeah, it does need to be failed for it to operate like that.
I mean, I don't see any issue if we just go straight to aux, fail it, just run the mission on aux then.
Alrighty, works for me. That'll work. It'll also give him an achievement if he doesn't have it.
Fair. Capcom, or I'm on the wrong loop here, but whatever. Capcom, have the Astro fail the SCE and then go to aux.
Fail the SCE and go to aux?
Yeah.
Roger. One moment.
Mic check. 5x.
Follow Houston. We're gonna have you turn off the SCE and go to aux.
And while I have everyone's attention here on the Mocha conference, we're gonna still go with the comm layout that we did last time, where I'm only gonna be listening to the flight loop. Everyone else should be listening to the flight loop. Actually, has to be. And then if you need to talk to me, you go on the flight loop, but you guys can conference on the Mocha conference and get your ideas sorted before you come to me.
Roger that.
Follow Houston. Did you get that?
This is Apollo launch control at T-minus 49 minutes and 3 seconds. Flight controllers are currently setting up for the mission.
Apollo 12, right?
Capcom flight.
Houston, say again.
You know you're thinking that you're confusing 11 with 12.
Capcom flight. Can you just have him? Can you just inform him that we're doing this in order to simulate LOS? Capcom flight. Do you have your flight loop on?
Capcom, no. Would you like to go in one flight loop?
I need everyone to have their flight loop on.
Roger.
All right, all flight controllers, make sure you have your Mocha conference and your flight loops to listen. Air ground loop's optional, but the way how this comm layout works is I need you to have the flight loop on, so you can talk to me and you can hear me. It's the only way that this works. Okay.
This is Apollo Saturn launch control at T-minus 47 minutes and 34 seconds. The astronauts should have already performed a big series of checks on the SPS system that is sitting below them in the stack. We want to ensure ourselves for liftoff that the engine can respond to commands of the spacecraft, as that's going to be our primary means of propulsion after the S4B stage has been separated. As we approach past now the 1 hour mark, a series of radio free frequency and telemetry tracks should be in progress with the launch vehicle.
Capcom flight.
And we also will begin tracking beacons on the instrument unit as well as the guidance system for the Saturn V during the powered phases of flight.
Capcom, mic check.
We are now 46 minutes and 44 seconds. This is Apollo Kennedy
Houston,
launch
read
control.
your 5x5.
Capcom flight.
Good.
Capcom flight. on the conference loop. CAPCOM flight on the conference loop. Can you hear me?
Roger.
Okay, Roger. Do you not have your flight loop on still? I tried calling for you.
Yeah, I responded? I don't know if you heard me.
I'll try it one more time and see if it works. It might be the game.
All right.
CAPCOM flight on the flight loop. CAPCOM flight on the flight loop.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We just passed the 46-minute mark here. T-minus 45 minutes, 41 seconds in countdown. All elements are reporting go in the countdown at this time. Our astronaut's currently going to be Jinju, piloting the whole spacecraft by himself.
CAPCOM is yellow for you. What about flight?
He's currently working on pressurizing his RCS system. These are the big thrusters on the side of the service module. There are actually 16 of them in 4 quads around the service module. They're used for maneuvers in space. We pressurize that system before liftoff. The particular operation will be coming up in 5 minutes or so. In preparation for it, the Astro has set most of the switches in front of them and has been preparing for that particular event. The launch vehicle people are keeping an eye on the status of the various propellants on board the Saturn V launch vehicle. Just as liftoff, we'll have some vehicle weighing close to 6.5 million pounds on the launch pad. That's more than 1 million gallons of propellant aboard these 3 stages of the Saturn V, and reports here at the control center that the propellants are stable. And we took a look a little while ago. The RRP-1 and the high-grade kerosene fuel tank of the first Saturn should be full, and make sure it's at the proper levels. We're now going to go over and check with the ADA computers at the overall status, and we're now at T-minus 44 minutes and 21 seconds. This is a Apollo mission control.
I mean, in the session where I was Astro, it didn't work because I switched it off for like 4 minutes.
PDI, you are on the flight
nothing
loop.
changed. Should we have him switch it on just to verify and see if stop? It's now showing garbage.
EECOM, you are on the flight loop.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're currently at T-minus 42 and 34 seconds. Astronaut has reported the capsule is go for warp to T-minus 25. During that time, we performed some final checks before launch. Astronaut should have performed all of his RCS checks, and the spacecraft is go at this time. All elements are reporting go, and we're currently setting up in preparation for LOS on the far side of the moon. This is a Apollo mission control. We're currently now T-minus 42 and 11.
Roger. Flight CAPCOM. Starting to see
Stand
stuff
by,
on my
CAPCOM.
monitors.
All right, Apollo flight controllers. This is a good check. If our comms are laid out properly, give me go no go for warp. Fido. Fido, you there? Do it on the flight. So if you're ever talking to me, Hyperbit, you're on the flight loop.
Go for warp here.
Roger that. Okay. Wiz, are you having a comm issue right now?
No, no comm issue flight.
AFD?
Go. I'm go
Roger
flight.
that. Okay.
AFD's
Booster.
Go.
Raj. EECOM.
I am go flight.
Control. You might be in the middle of an announcement. Capcom, you go. Okay. Guidance.
We're go flight.
Roger. GNC.
Go flight.
Roger. Capcom, you go for that warp.
This is Apollo mission control. T-minus 40 minutes and 25 seconds. The flight has just went around the horn, and all elements have reported go for warp to T-minus 25. At that time, as stated previously, we're going to be performing those final checks. EECOM is currently inquiring about no load on fuel cell 1. 3 fuel cells are used to power the service module during the full ordeal, and that's our primary source of power. We're now warping to T-minus 25. Apollo mission control.
Beginning final checklist.
What exactly do you want me to ask?
We've
about fuel
warped
cell?
now, EECOM. How you liking your fuel cell layout here?
Whatever that was. Say again.
EECOM, this is EECOM flight. I was wondering if you're liking your fuel cell layout now. We are at T-minus 25 and past prime crew ingress.
Roger. I'm still seeing no amps on fuel cell 1.
Yeah,
Just wondering why that is.
I'm looking at
see
it. I'm looking at it.
0.27
Now, flight,
amps on both
One
bats.
at a time, people. One at a time. EECOM,
11
go ahead,
amps
sorry.
on. I see 0 amps on fuel cell 2, 11.5 amps on 0 amps on 1, 11.5 amps on 2, and 10.9 amps on 3, and 0.27
they all
amps
have load.
on both bats.
Okay.
No, fuel
Fuel
cell
cell
1
1
has
doesn't.
no load.
Fuel cell 1 is no load? Okay, what do you want to do? Connect it?
I just want to check if it is connected.
You want to check if it is connected? Okay. Flight Capcom?
Go for
Capcom flight?
Capcom.
Let's inquire with the astronaut to see if fuel cell 1 is connected.
Roger, I'll check if fuel cell 1's connected. Hello, Houston. Can you check if you have fuel cell 1 connected?
Fuel cell 1 is not connected. I'll do so.
Can we connect it?
Roger, can you just connect it for EECOM?
Oh, he did.
Yep, it's connected. Do you want fuel cell 2 connected to main bus B as well?
That would be great.
Go for
Yeah,
that,
connect it
Capcom.
to main bus.
Yeah, fuel cell 1 and 2 connected to A. Fuel cell 3 is connected to B. I don't know if they want another fuel cell on main bus B in case it's power loss, so.
I think the standard configuration is 2 and 3 on B, so let's do that.
Yeah, let's just get 2 and 3 on main bus B.
Acknowledge. Done.
Yeah, I see that. Amps is about
GNC
7
flight.
from 1. Oh, just went down a bunch. It's about 4 amps from FC1,
Go flight.
7.6 from FC2, and 3.7 from
All right.
FC3.
EECOM, need you to go back to your conference loop here.
Advise
GNC flight.
is, Capcom advised flight
Are we
on
in
go.
program 2 right now?
Follow Houston.
Affirm you're in program 2 and he has verb 75.
He's already at verb 75? That's 4 minutes, isn't that?
Yeah.
Stand by.
That's really early.
Capcom flight, advise astronaut is ready to go.
Roger.
This is Apollo Mission Control, currently passing the T-minus 20-minute mark. GNC has reported that computer now is in Program 2. Program 2 is our pre-launch and or service program for the gyro compassing program in preparation for the launch. We've also reported that Verb 75 has been entered, and Verb 75 is used to proceed to the computer over to Program 11 if Program 11 does not work.
Yeah, we should be fine. As long as I don't press enter, we're good.
Raj. I'm assuming Astro is already, or actually, Capcom flight. Is Astro all the way down to T-minus 4 minutes on the checklist right now?
Let me check real quick. Hello, Houston. Are you good with your checklist?
Again?
Are you down to T-minus 5 on your checklist?
Yep.
Roger.
Okay, I heard that. Capcom flight. He's good to warp to T-minus 6 minutes.
Roger, T-minus 6 minutes. Oh, Houston, you are good to warp to T-minus 6 minutes.
All right, flight controllers, stand by. I'm about to go around the horn for auto sequence go no go.
This is Apollo. This is a Apollo mission control over at the JSC. We're now less than 6 minutes away from our liftoff of Apollo 11 and our service to the moon. We're still going well at this countdown. We're still going well at the countdown at the time. All elements are reporting go. Astronauts aboard the spacecraft have had little to no chance to rest over the last few minutes or so. They've been busy with procedures. At the meantime, we're performing final checks and tracking those beacons still in the instrument unit, which is the guidance system used during the powered phase of the flight. Once we get down to the T-minus 3 minute and 10-second mark in the countdown, we will be on go for automatic sequence as far as the launch vehicle is concerned. And all aspects from there will be running automatic by the ground master computer here in the firing room.
Apollo flight controllers, give me a go no go for auto sequence start. Fido.
Go.
Booster.
Go.
EECOM.
Everything appears to go, flight.
Raj, guidance please.
We're go flight.
Well, while I
Reentry.
have time, I'm gonna finish eating my lunch.
Go flight.
Roger, Capcom, go at auto sequence start.
And this is Apollo mission control. We have now passed the 5-minute mark. All the weather's good over there at the Cape. Mission flight Todd has reported go for launch. And we are now in 4 minutes and 20 seconds and counting. Past T-minus 3 minutes and 7 seconds. All the systems will be on automatic.
I didn't notice that when I did go no-go.
Is there something you want to change right now?
I don't know. I don't know how we can bleed that off. But, like, that's not normal. Atmospheric pressure is 14 psi.
If
we're
I
almost
think
at
if we
2
do
atmospheres here.
I think if we do the valves on the panel, the
I don't
326,
think
I believe
that
you set those
atmospheric
to
conditions
dump.
are really modeled in the game yet. So, do you think that's going to affect our
Yeah.
mission capability here?
I don't. I think it'll bleed off during ascent. It's
Okay.
just quite strange.
Alright, I guess we're going on that then.
Another way to look at it is how many times have we modeled from Prime Crew Ingress?
Sometimes also in real life, sometimes astronauts like to bump up their suit pressure.
We are now past T minus 3 minutes. All the final launch abort checks have been performed by several key members of the crew here at the Mission Control Center, at the Launch Control Center, and the astronauts. The launch operation manager wished the crew, on the launch team's behalf, good luck and Godspeed. We're coming up in automatic C sequence start here. We should have already been in automatic C sequence start, and we are still go at this time. All elements are reporting go. And we're all on the automatic sequence as the master consumer.
Because what I'm seeing, I'm looking at
EECOM,
the
have we
same
pulled
thing.
our glycol switch yet?
I don't actually know where I check that.
Might be a GNC question, actually.
Yeah,
Like GNC?
I'm looking.
GNC flight.
Go flight.
Was wondering if you were the one who can monitor the glycol handle. Is it pulled?
I can't monitor the handle, but I think the temperatures might give me a reading on whether or not it's pulled or pressed in.
Okay.
Stand by.
We're now T minus 1 minute and 20 seconds on
EECOM,
plan
if
to
you
land the
can
first
bust
man on the
past
moon.
sometime soon, if you just let me know.
All elements are still reporting go. And all indications from the control center and the mission control center are indications that we are go. Our status board indicates the third stage has been completely pressurized. The 80-second mark is now passed, and we're full internal power at the 50-second mark in the countdown. Guidance systems are go on internal in 17 seconds, leading up to ignition sequence start at 8.9 seconds. We've now passed the 60-second mark on the Apollo 11 mission.
You should have done that during the prime crew
Quickly
procedures.
GDC align.
Go GNC.
The glycol flow.
Can
The
you
glycol
just,
flow is
press
at 0
the
pounds
GDC
per hour,
line
so
button?
Yeah, I did that, yeah.
if that helps.
Roger.
I see another
Okay.
thing is radiator valve. I'm not entirely sure, but temps are increasing, so I think
That's a different thing, I think.
Yeah.
That switch is on panel 2, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, looking at it, I think he needs to open the radiator.
Okay, switching
Well,
boost checklist.
the radiator valves might open in
Booster,
orbit.
how we looking? Do we have center engine?
Guidance systems have been internal, T minus 15.
Alright, we should be
And
good.
liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff on Apollo 11. 1 minute past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
Fido flight, how we looking?
Tower has been cleared about 10 seconds ago. Mission Control Center here at Houston is now controlling the mission. Roll program and pitch program should started, which puts Apollo 11 on the proper heading. Astronaut has failed to report that, but all indications are go over here at the Mission Control Center. And Mode 1 Bravo is in abort control mode.
We should be on top of that call out, by the way, guys.
Flight, assistant flight, I'm monitoring the cabin pressure.
I can barely hear anything over the fucking engine.
Cabin pressure has dropped to 5.1.
Roger, I
It's
just got a
0.4
call from
below,
EECOM about that.
below nominal, so just be aware.
Alright, stand by. I gotta do some call outs here.
Yeah, 5.1 is nominal, I believe. And cabin PSI is 7.37. Suit PSI is 7.3.
Alright, going around the horn here for staging. Fido. Fido has not been responding to me lately. Booster.
Go.
Roger. And EECOM.
Everything appears go. Our pressure issue has been resolved.
Raj.
From what I can see.
CAPCOM, go at staging.
Roger, go for stage.
1 Charlie.
And 1 Charlie is another abort mode on the
1 Charlie, you are...
command module stack, you utilizing the LES, which is the launch escape system. Vehicle is now 1 nautical mile downrange. Altitude is 34 nautical miles. Velocity is now 2,195 feet per second.
Affirm. Roger that.
Input cut off. How did I miss that?
Stand by for the outboard.
Where's the volume settings? Staging.
And staging is now completed.
CAPCOM, go at 3.
Roger, go with 3.
Vehicle is now downrange 35 nautical miles, 30 nautical miles high, standing by for outboard and engine off, cut off, which means shutdown.
Tower's gone.
Roger, tower.
I can finally look out the damn window.
And astronaut confirms both an engine skirt separation and launch escape separation at this time. We are now downrange 140 nautical
CAPCOM,
miles.
go at 4.
Follow Houston, you can go up 4 minutes.
Altitude 62 nautical miles, velocity 10,300 feet per second. Apollo 11 is right on the ground track. We are now 190 nautical miles high, downrange now, and 72 nautical miles high. Velocity is 11,000 feet per second. Boosters should be reporting now that we're go at 5 minutes. All indications, however, here are looking that we're go at 5 minutes.
CAPCOM, go at 5.
Flight has now reported that we're go at 5
Houston,
minutes.
you are go up 5 minutes.
Roger.
Vehicle is now downrange 270 nautical miles, 82 nautical miles in altitude. Velocity is 12,472 feet per second.
I know we don't have a retro here, CAPCOM, but at 6 minutes, I need you to call out S4B to COI, okay?
We're standing by for S4B to COI capability. Flight reports that it's going to be at 6 minutes. S4B to COI means that we can use the upper stage, the S4B, on the Apollo 11 to get into a contingency orbit if necessary. Everyone here is reporting go here at the Mission Control Center.
Did you say at 6 minutes?
At 6 minutes, need you to call S4B to COI capability.
S4B to CLI. All right.
CAPCOM, S4B to COI.
Astro has reported S4B to COI capability now.
It looks like you already did it for me.
That's an abort mode. Your time to shine this time, Capcom. S4B to orbits at 6:55. You can call it then.
Orbit over at 6:55.
Yes, sir. And mark Capcom.
S4B to orbit.
Acknowledged.
There you go.
Vehicle is downranged 530 nautical miles, in altitude 47 nautical miles, velocity is 1,735 feet per second.
All right, flight controller, stand by for the inboard engine cutoff at 7:39.
Roger.
Inboard cutoff.
Astronaut confirms inboard is out. Mission control here looks like inboard is out as well.
Capcom, go at 8 minutes.
Apollo Houston, you go at 8 minutes.
Apollo flight controllers going on the horn here. Go now, go for staging. Fido.
Go.
Booster.
Go.
GNC.
Go for it.
EECOM.
Looking go. There are some temperatures that are high, but I'm not entirely sure if that constitutes a no-go.
All right,
I'll look into it.
Capcom, go at staging.
Flight controllers now reporting that we're go for staging. However, an anomaly has been reported from EECOM about some high temperatures. As some EECOM experience myself, when the glycol system is pulled, it can call, or it can cause the temperatures on the
Capcom,
radiators to start to build
for
up. That
capability
is
at 9 minutes.
possibly the case of his problems.
Staging confirmed.
And staging has been complete. We have a good third stage now, and more mode 4 capability on Apollo 11 means we can get into orbit using the SPS engine. Altitude is now 100 miles, downrange 883 miles. Inboard engine cutoff has completed, and we're on a third stage. Or outboard engine cutoff has completed.
All right, Apollo flight controllers going around the horn here for orbit. Give me a go, no go. Fido.
Go.
Booster.
Velocity now 23,128 feet per second. Downrange 1,000 nautical miles, and altitude a 101 nautical miles.
All right, he's gone. GNC.
Go for it.
Roger, EECOM.
We still got the issue with those high temperatures, but everything else is go.
Can we sort that out in orbit?
I think we can.
EECOM, go for
Okay,
PPDIs, giving reports here from the Launch Control Center.
Roger. Capcom, go for orbit.
Go for
Flight
Apollo
and
Houston,
Capcom
you
is
are
now
go for
reporting to the
orbit.
astronaut that we're go for orbit. Downrange
Acknowledged.
1,175 nautical miles. In velocity, we're now 21,190 miles. Correction, feet per second. And altitude 102 nautical miles. Predicting third stage shutdown 11 minutes and 42 seconds.
Capcom, go at 11.
Apollo Houston, you're go at 11 minutes.
Acknowledged.
We're still
Booster,
predicting
Seco
third
at
stage cutoff at
11:45.
11:45. Velocity is 25,254 feet per second. Downrange 1,400 miles now, and altitude is 102.8 nautical miles. Coming up on S4B cutoff.
Roger. That's early.
And shut off was a little early, but a couple seconds. Fido should now be verifying our orbital data, and if we're all good. We're still waiting on the word from Fido about a orbital insert. Unable to make any reports at this time.
All right, flight econ? Econ flight, I should say.
Go flight.
You were talking about wanting to do some EPS checks for your platform.
I don't remember ever saying anything about the EPS. The ECS
Okay,
has a couple
ECS,
high
okay.
temperatures. The steam temperature is 544 degrees, and so is the evap out temperature.
Okay. Is there anything you want to run to try to see if we can remedy that?
I don't know. I think maybe something with the
radiator-
ECS post-insertion will fix that.
May I interject for 1 second? The radiator valve 1 and 2 is set to none, so if we fix that, it might fix the steam temps.
This is with the evaporator. That's a completely separate system to the radiators. At least I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is.
Making a comment because it's an idea.
Yeah, the radiators are turned off during launch because of the friction from launch that heats them up, so they wouldn't be cooling anything. Like, that's normal. But common sense is telling me that these things should not be 600 degrees. But I don't know if that's actually a problem.
Let's take a look at the EECOM. Why don't we take a look at the ECS post-insertion checklist and see if there's anything that would possibly remedy that?
Yeah, I think something in that is going to help.
Okay, well, just
I'll
let me
take
know
a
if you
look
want to
at
run
the
the ECS. Yeah. Guidance flight. And if he's still here, I think he's still stepped away. So that gives us some time to run the ECS a bit.
Yeah, let's just run that,
anything else you want to mention on that? Really quick, I know
Fido
you
now
wanted to
has
speak
missed the
about that.
mark,
That's all I'm
about
thinking.
3 minutes past the mark of orbital
I think
insertion
running
call.
all
However,
checklists
I
may
can verify here we
fix
show
it,
good
but,
orbital insertion.
we'll have to-
Velocity
we'll
at
have to
insertion
make
was
sure after everything's run.
The one thing I see in there that might fix
558
it is
feet per
setting
second.
the evap in temp to auto, which might bring it down a little bit.
This is Apollo control based on the vector
Okay.
from the
So
instrument unit
evaporator's
on the
technically
third
off at
stage.
this point.
Here we're
checklist
showing an
anyways?
orbit of
ECS post-insert
yeah.
check.
I mean, we run that
182 by
anyway.
182
Like, that is a
nautical
required
miles.
thing.
Fido has not reported any rear radar
CAPCOM flight.
tracking data or anything to refine the orbit. However, it's looking here that we're go in the low parking orbit.
Apollo Houston, I'm not sure.
Alright, flight controllers, make sure that you are not... Alright, really quick, everyone, make sure that you have your air-to-ground loop off and you're not on the white air-to-ground loop. Understood? Make sure you're not on the white air-to-ground loop.
No.
Roger,
Just
we're
a
just
general
going
announcement.
through we're just going through some things here. We'll let you know.
Wait, guidance?
Go guidance. Go guidance.
I heard you calling a name.
Yeah, sir. I was wondering if we can start thinking about our TLI burn plan here.
Roger that. Give me just a moment.
Roger that. No rush. We're still doing ECS here. Flight CAPCOM.
Yeah, get going with the insertion
go
checks,
flight.
I think. The sooner the better.
Let's start with our ECS and insertion checklist.
Let's start with the
Second
status
the
check.
motion.
I think you're supposed to do that first.
Do you want the status
Turn
check
off
first?
the bus ties and the gimbal motors and all of that.
And that checklist is called what again?
The insertion status checks.
All right, Capcom. Let's run the insertion status checklist first.
Follow Houston. Let you starting the insertion status checklist.
Acknowledged.
Flight guidance.
Go ahead, Flight.
Should have said it the other way around, but it's okay. Let's plan our TLI for the next orbit, so we give ourselves some time here.
Looks like he's untied the bus's flight.
Roger on the buses. Flight GNC. Go guidance.
I have a time to ignition of... Sorry, background noise.
This is Apollo Mission Control, T-minus 18 minutes and 34 seconds. Astronaut has just reported that he's completed the post-insertion checklist, and guidance officer is now reporting to flight of his preliminary TLI calculations. The TLI is going to be the trans-lunar injection that's going to be carrying the Apollo spacecraft to the moon. That's going to be including the CSM stage and the lunar module stage. After the TLI burn, we're expecting to perform transposition and docking close to immediately after. That will join the two Apollo spacecraft, the CSM and the LEM, to make the one Apollo spacecraft.
Platform aligned and did star lines. But anyways, EECOM, how are you liking with your ECS so far?
We haven't done the post-insertion ECS checklist yet, just the status check. Everything is good except those temperatures. But it would be nice if we could get the ECS checks going.
Okay, so ECS post.
So when we turn on the evaporator, I'll see if those temps go down.
Okay, so you want to run the ECS post-insertion checklist next, correct?
Yes, please.
Roger. Okay. Capcom, can you have the Astro let us know when he's done with his initial checklist?
Roger, I think he's already done.
Okay, then if we can do the post-insertion checklist, that'd be awesome. For ECS, I should say ECS post-insertion checklist.
You got it. Follow Houston, you
That's called
are good.
ECS post-insertion.
The ECS post-insertion checklist.
Flight GNC.
Go for flight.
You asked for you pinged me earlier, and then
I
went
did.
first, but, which group?
And now I completely forgot what I did about, so maybe it'll come back to me later.
Roger that, standing by.
Okay, the evap out temperature has dropped to 40 from 580, but the steam temperature is still at 586 degrees.
All right. Is steam temperature after
As expected with the completion of the EECS post-insertion checklist, EECOM now reports that the radiator temperatures are dropping to a more reasonable level. However, cabin temperature still remains high. Astronaut, though, has not reported that he's finished with the post-insertion checklist.
I believe steam temp auto is set during boost after tower jet, but it's not in that.
Do you want to try to verify the switch?
Yeah, I would.
What panel is that on?
That is on panel 2.
Panel 2, so it's literally called Steam Temp Auto?
in auto.
Steam Temp Auto, okay. Capcom, can we have Astro verify Steam Temp Auto on panel 2?
Roger, Steam Temp Auto on panel 2.
Correct.
Paula Houston, can you verify Steam Temp Auto on panel 2?
I should always remember the switch, I think. It's press.
Capcom.
Panel
Steam
2,
Press Auto on
panel 2 is one of the 3 main panels, the main DCs, which means main display.
Okay, it's auto.
Roger, recap.
Those are the primary interfaces that the astronaut used to control most of the Apollo CSM spacecraft. Panel 1 contains most of the flying equipment for the CM module or the CSM. Panel 2 contains the commander systems, mostly related around ECS and mission timing and rendezvous and docking. Panel 3 contains most of the EPS systems and long-range communications.
Let's keep an eye on that EECOM, but do you think that's going to be mission critical?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on that. If it's still an issue when we're almost to TLI, then I would consider aborting, but I don't know. But I'll just keep an eye on it.
Well, what's the system directly affect here, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
I don't know what this is connected to. The steam temperature. I know it's part of the evaporator. At least I'm pretty sure it's part of the evaporator. But the evap temperature is fine.
Do you think this has something to do with waste or something like that that we can dump?
No. Also, waste temp dropped 49% at cutoff for some reason. It went from 50 to 1, which I'm slightly concerned about. I don't know if that's a glitch with reentry.
I think my next question would be, could this be instrumentation?
Yeah. Are we running failures?
We shouldn't be, but I'm wondering anyways.
Maybe we should ask Spark to check if he's left failures on the 8 run.
Further information here that here I can provide. The radiator system is connected directly into the secondary glycol evaporator and the primary thermal load systems. The radiators are connected to the entire environmental control system, helping to radiate. It's also connected to the portable water supply and the primary glycol evaporator as well, and the accumulator, as well as the heat exchanger. The space rear radiators are a primary way of radiating heat into space.
It would be off scale if it even has a gauge. I don't know if it has a gauge.
Yep, let me just find the indicator.
You think it's going to be off scale high?
Temperature, that's pressure.
I'm 99% sure it'll be off scale high.
Okay.
And evap temp has gone back to 590. It was at 40 for a little bit, but I don't know what happened. I'm just thoroughly confused.
That sounds like it's something that cycles.
Oh yeah, it does cycle.
Temp because I can't. Oh, that's the evaporator temp. So are you looking for temperature or pressure?
Temperature.
We're looking for temperature.
Temperature.
might not be an actual gauge. There might only be a pressure gauge. Just gonna
Does
go
anyone know
boot up
where
NASSP and check.
gauge might be?
Just gonna go to the simulator and check, aka NASSP.
Sounds like a plan. If you can find that and find what will bring that down, we'd appreciate it. Oh, flight assistant flight. It looks like Retro is here, by the way.
No, I can't find the indicator for it. Where's it labeled as again?
Flight or retro
Using
flight radio check on the flight loop.
I can't find one labeled steam temperature, but I can find how I have a steam pressure.
Roger. Just stand by for us on that one.
Alright. Want me to continue the checklist?
Stand by. I'll get
CAPCOM
you
flight.
flight.
Can we have them verify H2O flow auto or on?
Roger. Paul Houston, can you verify H2O flow auto or on?
Correct. Auto is on.
Roger.
Raj.
Alright, is he clear to continue the checklist flight?
Yeah, he's clear to continue the checklist.
Yeah.
Flight guidance.
Hello, Houston, you're clear. You're good to go on continuing the checklist.
For my own information, what do you have the GET of the TLR that you had planned initially?
If we were to do one right now, the time to ignition is 1 hour and 11 minutes.
Okay, so that would be mission elapsed time
TIG 1 hour
1:44.
minutes, 54 seconds.
I'm sorry, one more time.
1 hour 44.
Yeah, there isn't actually a steam
1:44,
press gauge,
okay.
a steam temp gauge. I was
Roger, I
misremembering.
think there might be a bit of a delay.
Yeah, we're figuring something out here.
Alright, because the temperature at 602.5 degrees and still slowly going up. It's going up
But
quicker.
there is an evap out temp gauge. It should be the same.
Yeah. Flight assistant flight, could we ask Apollo to monitor the evap, to tell us what the evap out temp gauge says? Oh, it said 45 for a second, and now it's saying 605 degrees. Let's just get him to tell us what it says.
So what do you want?
Him to read out what the evap out temp gauge says.
Evaporation out. Okay. Flight CAPCOM. CAPCOM flight. We want evap out gauge reading from the Astro.
Roger. Apollo Houston, can you read out what the evap out temp gauge is reading?
Acknowledged. Evap out temp. Where are you?
As far as I know, this is not.
That would be second. That would be
GNC flight.
60 Fahrenheit.
And I don't really know how to fix it.
Paul Houston
flight.
said 60 degrees Fahrenheit.
Can you the glycol systems really quick and make sure that everything's all kosher
No,
there?
wait, that was with
I'll give it a look
temp,
before I-
that was with glycol capacity. Without it open out, let's see, 5, 4, 3, about 45 degrees.
copy.
Temperature dropped while he had that bypass on, or while he had the thing on flight.
Is this a cycling kind of temperature thing?
I have no clue.
Roger.
But I do know that once he finishes it, it's going to drop because it'll be on primary or whatever. So
Okay.
let him do the time, and then
Flight
if it
GNC.
doesn't drop, what I think is going to happen is he's going to open it. It's going to show 40 degrees, and then we'll ask him to close it after like 10 minutes, and then we'll see what the temperature. If the temperature just drops like a rock down
Okay.
here.
Stand by. Go GNC.
The glycol flow is still at 0 pounds per hour, but I think it's because he has a
0
bypass.
pounds per hour. Okay, that is our cooling loop. Did we have is that been cycling or no?
It's been at 0 since go before launch, but I figured because it's set to bypass for launch, the radiators aren't active.
Okay, can we not bypass that anymore and try to see if that helps our cooling problems? Because we need glycol flow for radiating, right?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, that does all the stuff for the radiators and everything, and just thermal control in general.
Paula Houston, can you say that again?
Waiting for version to do, sorry, for the go ahead for the systems check.
Roger, stand by. Flight, is he good to go for the systems check?
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that.
Right. Apollo Houston, you are go to begin the systems check.
Acknowledged.
Okay. You can see while he's doing his systems check.
Apollo
do you think
astronaut
that
has
if we,
reported that he is now starting his systems
unbypass
check, and
the
we're still working
glycol,
on
we've got the
glycol related
systems?
issues. We've narrowed it down to a glycol problem with the glycol not flowing.
Glycol
The
is like the main
both
thing.
primary and secondary glycol evaporators are connected to the thermal array radiators,
For, like, the whole
and
group.
that
Definitely
helps
shouldn't
cool
set
the
this up.
spacecraft.
Okay. Capcom, when he's done with his post-insertion checks there, we'll have him unbypass the glycol loop.
Roger, is he good to go for the rest of the checklist, the insertion category?
Yeah, you can.
Roger. Paula Houston, you're good to go for the rest of the checklist that are on the insertion category.
Acknowledged. I still have the low temperature light with the glycol bypass closed.
Paula Houston, sorry, can you say that again?
Also, another thing I've just noticed, our radiator out temperatures are really,
One
really
second, I
low.
wanna hear
It's flying
Astro.
at 130
Low with
degrees.
the
I believe the
glycol
lower
bypass
limit is negative
closed.
20 in Earth
Ecom,
orbit.
1 second. I want to hear Astro.
Roger, glycol temperature low, you said?
That's correct.
Roger, stand by.
Flight GNC.
Go GNC.
I've had that light pop up when I pull the glycol handle to bypass. So, and I just push it back
Okay.
in and the light goes away.
All right. Ecom will get back to you in just 2 seconds here. Or unless, actually, Ecom, go ahead. Go do your thought now. I'm sorry. Flight Ecom? Or Ecom flight?
Flight, you get that?
You can go ahead and do your thought now. You were just cutting over Astro, that's all. No thought?
Mic check.
Yeah, I hear you. Ecom flight, can you hear me? AFD flight, can you hear me?
I think he's having a problem.
Yeah, I think he's having a problem too.
Flight CAPCOM, should we just have him push the glycol handle back in?
Yeah, that was about to be my next thought here. Let's have him do that. Capcom.
Right. Apollo Houston, can you push the glycol handle back in?
Yep. Light's still there.
Roger. Flight CAPCOM, he's still reporting. Flight is still there.
Might take a minute. Let's check the ECS really quick. Flight EECOM, are you back? Or EECOM flight, are you back?
I've tried asking for him on his loop. I think he may need to restart his game.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on the ECS.
Flight GNC.
Go GNC.
When he cycled the handle, when he proceeded to handle, the radiator out temp went to 130s, almost negative 140. So I think that might be what it's angry at. Everything else looks pretty okay, other than the steam temperature being at 630.
Do you think it'll be go for TLI with those temperatures?
Honestly, I'm not the best EECOM person, but I mean, it's not like critical, I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't know
I'm
how much of
thinking-
it is actually
I
fully
think it'll be
mobilized,
go
and
to.
like if your glycol cell, if it won't like cool as efficiently or
I mean,
something, I don't know how much of that's actually modeled.
My opinion here, we have a LEM with us, so we have options if something goes wrong. So I think we should go
Indeed
anyways.
we do.
Flight and their GNC just speaking have
All right.
reached a
GNC flights. About
reached
time I
a
got
conclusion that we're going
or not GNC. I'm sorry.
we're
Guidance
going
flight.
to proceed
About
with the
time I got
mission as
back to you.
planned. These
ahead,
off-scale high or these high temperatures are going. We're going to work through them,
reading
and
something here.
if needed, we're going to use the LEM as a lifeboat.
Booster. Our guidance is pretty fluent with the RTCC. If you want to just let him handle that.
We'll go.
But in real life, yeah, Booster would handle the TLI burn planner.
Booster, if you want, I continue RTC stutter.
All right. Let's go ahead and actually, before I get back to you, guidance. Now I'm thinking about it. Capcom, let's have him start getting set up for the TLI burn.
Apollo Houston, you can start getting set up for the TLI burn.
Acknowledge. Light's still on.
Roger, we believe
that
that
last
may
part?
just be, actually, you're not standby. Flight, he said that the temperature light is still on. Should I just tell him it's because we're reading negative?
Yeah, you can say off scale low.
Right. Apollo Houston, we believe that the temperature light is just due to the temperature being a little bit in the negative, so it's just not liking the numbers.
Acknowledge.
Go PAO. Go PAO. Capcom, you hear that? Turn on panel on 325.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
We want to turn on glycol flow on panel 325.
Glycol flow on
Okay,
panel
mic check.
325 cup. Apollo Houston, actually, no, stand by.
I hear you, EECOM.
Glycol flow on panel 325.
Glycol flow, okay. Yeah, we're gonna have you do
Flight GNC.
glycol flow on panel 325.
Acknowledged. Do you have the TLI ready for me?
Roger.
Glycol fill. Let me just find the checklist.
Flight GNC.
I don't see it.
Go GNC.
Here.
Yeah, glycol flow is still at 0 pounds an hour.
Yeah, it's gonna be a glycol flow.
Zero.
Okay, I can. We're looking in then. There's two stages. Activate primary evaporator and deactivate. Which one do you want me to? Which step should I do?
Roger, stand by. Do we know which one it's gonna be? He's reporting 3 different switches.
What were those 3 switches again? I'm sorry, I had on a couple things.
Hold on, I'll just ask. Houston, can you repeat 3 different switch names?
There's 2 settings. There's activate primary. Sorry, 2 not settings. Options. Activate primary evaporator and deactivate primary evaporator.
Roger, stand by. Did you get that flight?
I was about to, but then someone kind of in, unfortunately. GNC flight.
Go flight.
You don't have any options for trying to get glycol flow here aside from bypass, right?
Not that I know, but if there's some, like, I've only done like cold and dark once from like completely like dead to activated, so I don't entirely remember the process for getting all the glycol stuff set up.
Raj.
I think
PAO
from
flight,
the
I
way
know you're a
he's-
former EECOM. You don't have any other suggestions, do you? And that's panel 325? Roger, okay. CAPCOM flight, on panel 325, we want primary evaporator switch on.
Right. Hello, Houston. On panel 325, we want the primary evaporator switch on.
Which panel?
Panel 325, primary evaporator.
Three what again? Sorry.
It'll be 325.
I see. Want me to pull the bypass?
We just need the primary evaporator switched on.
It is primary glycol to 325 is. What's my flashlight? Here it is. 320. 1 second. Okay, so 325. I have cabin pressure relief and primary glycol to radiators bypass pull thingy.
Roger, stand by. Flight, are we sure it's on panel 325? Doesn't look like he's reporting the right switch.
Stand by. Okay. And just verifying here, we want to pull the glycol handle, right? Or do we want it pushed in? Is to pull or push? Okay. CAPCOM flight.
Go flight.
We want the glycol handle by the pilot window, or by the commander window, to be reversed from whatever positions it's in right now.
Right. Apollo Houston, we're gonna have you do the. Sorry, we're gonna
Flight PA or PAO flight. Could I have you just monitor the EECOM station?
We're gonna have just either push in or pull it out. Just go from the reference of what it is currently. Just do the opposite of what it is now.
Our current EECOM is
with EECOM having technical difficulties, PO is going to move over to the EECOM station. My status updates will be varied, but I will still try to do both roles.
Roger, we're gonna have you push the handle in.
We can have comm checks on the Mocha conference, please.
Roger.
Guidance comm check.
I hear you, guidance.
Battery relays on, battery relays.
Flight GNC will be stepping away for a second.
Roger. Flight, how are we looking on temps here, guys?
EECOM can report temps have definitely dropped. The red at temp dropped to 140, and the evaporator in temp is now at 445, so comfortable-ish.
Roger. Okay, now let's start thinking about our TLI. That was a hell of a hiccup. Guidance flight.
Go ahead, flight.
I know you had to restart your game. Do you have your numbers and everything still?
Roger that. They're right here. I just reran the calculations to make sure, and everything seems to be all good and ready to go.
And now I have to ask this question because of last mission. We are going around the backside of the moon, right?
As far as I can tell, flight, yes, because we do have a free return periapsis of a reasonable amount. If we were going, yeah.
Roger that. That's the stuff I like to hear. Okay. CAPCOM flight.
Go flight.
Let's get him started preparing for the TLI via the
not warmed whatsoever.
TLI checklist here.
Glycol evaporator temp out.
I think we may have already done that before, haven't we?
Is nominal.
I didn't know. We kind of went back to our old problem before.
Glycol full per hour 0, but that is
quickly confirm that he has
not
done
modeled.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Right. Paula Houston, can you confirm that you already went through the TLI checklist?
Oh, I'm sorry. Almost done.
Right.
That's the burn data.
GNC EECOM on your loop.
Okay, have him stop at requesting burn data. We'll get that up to him very shortly.
GNC EECOM.
Houston, just
Okay.
no worries.
EECOM radio
just
check.
Stand by on the burn data for now.
Flight
Guidance
EECOM
flight.
mic check.
Right, loud and clear, finally.
Great.
Guidance flight.
I can hear you fine.
Let's go ahead and get that
anything
data
much
uplinked
happened?
here. I think we stand by. I think we figured out our ECS problem.
How?
We cycled the glycol loop again after messing with evap radiators.
Okay. VAP is 45 degrees. Temp is 624.7. And radiator out is negative 141.3.
But regardless, my thought process on this all is that we do have a line with us, so we have options if we do need to abort. So
Yeah.
I think we should just continue anyways.
And if worse comes to worse, we should have a TLI plus 90 minutes abort.
Yep. Guidance, does the Astro have telemetry to accept?
Stand flight. Let me actually where the heck that light is.
Roger.
It's somewhere.
Stand by.
CAPCOM flight.
Sorry, go flight.
Yes.
Can we have
Captain
Astro
Go flight.
do a save really quick?
Right. Hello, Houston. Can you quickly just create a save for us at this point?
Flight EECOM, I'm just gonna note that the pyro buses are armed. I don't know if that's intentional.
Okay.
I don't know if we've already gone through pyro arm, but you're supposed to disable those after insertion.
Do you want to go ahead and disable those?
And after, before TLI, you re-enable them. But I don't think we need to
so
disable
he's been
them,
doing
just
the
noting
TLI
that.
checklist. That's why they're enabled.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No problem.
Yeah. Okay. Guidance flight. Have you been able to uplink yet? Yeah. Go ahead.
This is Apollo Mission Control. T plus 57 minutes and 3 seconds. Guidance is now preparing a uplink to the capsule that'll have its primary TLI data that we will run via program 15. That is the TLI initiation and cutoff program, and that will carry the 2 Apollo spacecraft to the moon. We're still looking good. I don't have a time for you guys yet on when the burn will be performed. However, the trig countdown should populate shortly with the burn time.
Guidance flight.
Roger that. I see that flight.
Okay, you're good. You're good to uplink now. Go GNC.
Roger.
I am going to start of the session because it's time for me to leave, but good luck on the rest of the mission.
Roger. Thank you.
Flight guidance, telemetry verified. Please verify with the Astro. Yeah.
All right. Capcom flight. Can you verify? Can he verify that we have telemetry?
Roger.
Data received.
Follow Houston cop. Looks like we got a verification.
Yeah, Roger. That would be appreciated.
Let me know if I'm go for program 15.
We have 58 minutes, and you said that was going to be 1 hour, 44 minutes, correct, GNC?
To the burn, it's going to be 1 hour,
okay.
41 minutes and 6 seconds for the uplinked burn.
Okay.
GNC primary, channel 6.
How do we feel about a warp a little bit here, guys?
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
Flight guidance.
Anybody, any controller want to do anything before we warp here immediately?
Flight guidance.
Go guidance.
I recommend we go to TIG of 125. How does that sound? TIG 125, do a few checks and then proceed.
You're the expert, sir.
That's at least my recommendation. If you want to go with it, feel free. If you don't, then that's also up to you.
I'm fine with 125. It gives us more time.
Flight GNC.
Go GNC.
Just prior to this TLI, I would like to verify that the DAP is set correctly.
Would you like to do that now?
We can do that now or later, whatever time allows.
Let's do that now, rather than having to do that with the 10 minutes to go before a burn.
Roger, if you just want him to key in the DAP data load, and then I'll just verify it from here.
Okay. Flight CAPCOM, change of plans. We want to key in the DAP data load.
exactly are we warping to before TLI?
Roger. Flight.
125.
1 minute, 25 seconds?
No, it's like 20 minutes before.
Oh,
Like 15
mission
before, I
elapsed
think.
time, 125. Okay.
Yeah.
Apollo Houston, can you verify the DAP data load for us?
Acknowledged.
And don't forget, guys, the whole idea behind this layout is to try to stay off the flight loop as much as possible.
Load checks out.
Flight GNC, I didn't have time to look over it, but if he says it checks out, it should be good. I saw a 3, so that's at least good.
But that's fine, yeah.
CAPCOM.
Sorry, go.
DP load is fine.
Roger, we copy.
Capcom, Astro can warp to 125 mission elapsed time.
Roger, 125. Apollo Houston, you're good to warp to 1 hour 25 minutes.
Acknowledged. It's a little, 1 second.
Roger.
It's a little close.
Does he want more?
1 hour 20 minutes.
That's fine.
Yeah, we're okay with 1 hour 20 minutes.
Alright. On it.
All right. Flight is AFD. Can you take over for 2 seconds while I go get a drink?
Roger that. Alright, this is AFD, acting flight on the flight loop. If you need me...
CAPCOM, ready to start program 15. Yep.
Roger, stand by, Apollo.
I think he...
This is EECOM, Denny
He's
controller
good
on
to
Mokert
start
Conf.
program
Do we know
15.
if he's already done P15? Or, sorry, already
popped back in. Yeah,
performed
he's good to go for that.
the TLI checklist?
I believe he has.
CAPCOM, yeah. He's already finished with the TLI checklist. He just verified the DAP load.
Roger that. I'm just showing you that the CMC is set to free. But it shouldn't be too much of a problem because we're going to use the IU as guidance, so the CMC is not going to be used as guidance.
It'll be one more thing to keep an eye on. It'll be one more thing to keep an eye on, in my opinion.
Roger.
Yeah,
Like CAPCOM, are we good for program 15?
Stand by. I'm gonna go through and take a look at the. I'm looking at the consternated TLI checklist.
CAPCOM.
Go, Apollo.
I'm just waiting for the go-ahead to start program 15.
Roger, we're just going through our systems here. We'll get you go in a sec.
Okay.
All right, Capcom. He's go, in my opinion. I'm just looking at the checklist. He's gotta have done it.
Roger, go for program 15. All right, Apollo Houston, you're go for to start program 15.
Acknowledged. Oh, I see this right, because that's not the time for mission, that's time base 6.
Flight GNC, I can verify the times on now and 33 are correct.
Okay. All right, he's good to proceed.
Roger, you said he was clear to proceed?
That's affirm. I said he's clear to proceed.
Apollo Houston, you're good to proceed.
Acknowledge.
Now 14. T minus 17.
AFD flight.
Go for it.
I'm back.
Okay, welcome back. We just proceeded to verb to the countdown for the burn.
I'm sorry, one more time.
We just proceeded to we just went through the program 15.
Roger, okay.
CAPCOM.
GNC Fido, or correction, Fido GNC.
Apollo, stand by. I'll get a confirmation for you.
Acknowledged.
Fido GNC on MokerCom.
Guidance
Are
flight.
we good to warp?
Alright, Fido guidance, or correction, guidance GNC.
Guidance flight.
Oops, just go for flight first.
Go ahead, flight. Sorry, I was listening more.
Yeah. All good. How much time do you want for the spacecraft look angle to adjust?
Yeah, we should probably give about 10 minutes for the whole program to execute. So warp no later than 10 minutes to ignition.
Okay, Roger. CAPCOM
So
flight.
that should be
Go flight. Go flight.
Could we have him warp to 12 minutes before ignition?
Roger, 12 minutes. Follow Houston. We want you to warp to T minus 12 minutes to ignition.
Acknowledged. Can I pull the call bypass? Because the light I tried to set technology. Ah, it doesn't work.
Follow Houston, repeat.
Can I pull the glycol loop bypass? Because the light's bugging me now. It's just bugging me.
Roger, let me get you confirmation. Flight Capcom, is he clear to pull the glycol bypass handle?
I think we're gonna need to fly on that light.
Roger. Apollo Houston. We don't think
I don't
anything
think you
can
should
really
be pulling the
fix
glycol
that
because
light.
that goes
so,
to the radiator.
we're
That
just
cuts
gonna
off the
leave the
glycol from
handle
the
for
radiators.
now.
Did he actually pull the glycol? That is not a good idea.
Did he?
Should not be
Capcom,
pulling
can
the
you verify that he
vitals.
did not touch the glycol loop?
Roger, Flight. And I told him to just leave the glycol handle for now.
Capcom flight.
Yes, sorry, Flight. I thought you were on MokerCon.
No, you're good. Can you verify that Astro did not pull the glycol loop, or did not change it, I should say?
Roger. I did advise him to not touch it, but I'll confirm.
Our backroom specialist is
Apollo
advising we
Houston,
turn
can
off the
you
evaporators
verify
flight.
that
I need to
the
figure out how to do
glycol
that
handle
first.
is untouched?
Okay. Part of the reason that this
closed.
loop is set up the way it is so you
Roger.
just contact me when you do have like commands you want set up.
Okay, Roger. I'm just figuring out how to do it, and then we'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah, Flight. He verified that it's still pushed in.
Okay.
Okay, looking at the checklist, I have a procedure flight. So looks like what we're doing is setting GliEvap H2O flow to off, GliEvap steam auto to manual, and GliEvap steam increase to increase for 58 seconds minimum.
Okay. Stand by on that. Let's get through TLI first, and then we'll worry about that.
Roger.
Guidance flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Are we pointed correct right now?
We look to be pointed correctly. 180. Yeah, that
Roger.
tracks.
Alright, flight. This is AFD. Retro made a suggestion about going around the horn for TLI.
Oh, right, that is true. Thank you. Sorry, I was bothered with other things. Let's go around the horn for TLI. Oh man, my list is messed up. Booster.
Go.
Retro.
Go.
Fido.
Go. Also, I will be stepping out for a second.
Roger. Okay. Guidance.
We're go flight.
Raj. EECOM.
I think we're no-go flight. This rad out temperature is super, super low. We might be worrying about frozen lines. I think we might want to wait for another TLI if we can.
We
Just to
can't
get this
wait
sorted.
because we've already uplinked.
Fair. But we could just do this real quick. It only takes a minute.
All right, you want to get? Let's see. 5 minutes? Yeah. Okay, you want to do that procedure really quick?
Yeah.
Okay,
Tell
Capcom,
them to
can
go
you
to
just
the Prime
listen
Glide
to what
evap
EECOM?
operator checklist and deactivate the evaporator.
You
It's
want
in there.
you want evap deactivated.
Yeah. There's a
Alright,
checklist. If you scroll down really far, it's called Prime Glide evap operator, and it has steps for that.
Capcom, flight.
Go flight.
We'd like Astro to quickly do the Prime Glide evap operation checklist. It's toward the bottom.
He said prime glide evap
Evap
checklist.
operation.
Prime glide evap operation. Roger. Follow Houston.
Aside from that, if he does that, you go.
Prime glide evap operation checklist. It's gonna be near the very bottom of your pad.
EECOM, are you go if we do that?
Acknowledged. Can't wait till after the burn, so I don't have to clear my current checklist, because actually, it's not winnable, is it? No, wait 1 second.
Yeah, that's my thought exactly. I think we
It's
should
not
keep
one.
this after
Alright,
the
I
burn.
can do that. Steam auto, H2O auto. Okay, those are. Do you want,
GNC,
do you want
you
me
go.
to step deactivate Prime evap on step 2 as well?
Roger.
Stand by, Apollo.
Capcom, go for TLI.
We should only be doing the deactivate section, step 2.
Deactivation,
section
sec 2. Okay.
Is it? It sounded
Capcom,
to me
have
like
him
he
do
did the
section 2.
activation part.
He said that he did do
Capcom flight. Can we wait till after TLI for this? Really?
We probably can, but I just want to get it done.
We gotta focus on TLI for now.
Okay. I'm just worried.
flight.
That,
He's
like,
asking if
the
he
ECS
wants
is
if
kind of
he
in
has to
bad
do the
shape.
deactivate prime evaporation step.
Astro requested to wait till after TLI for this as well.
Okay, then we can wait.
Yeah, let's hold off on this for now, Capcom, until we're on coast.
Roger. So don't do step 2.
Yeah, hold on
It's
step 2
lasted
for now
this long.
until
It's
after our
last-
burn.
It's lasted this long.
We can
It'll
take care
last
of this
another. It'll
before
last another
Team B.
11.
Roger. So we're go for TLI, correct?
We are go for TLI.
Right. Follow Houston. We're gonna have you hold off on step 2 for now, but you are go for TLI.
Acknowledged.
Well, he was supposed to only do step 2, so.
I'm kind of curious now where to look in the telemetry to see that that's bad.
I'm sorry, second. He said he was stepping away. Roger, ignition.
Roger, we copy ignition.
Looking good, flight.
All right, EECOM, while we're burning here, let's figure this out once and for all here. You just want the evap checklist. I'm sorry, what's it called again? It's the
evaporator checklist. I want him to disable it.
you want to, okay, so panel 2, step 2, right?
Yeah, what's
EECOM,
listed
you
as
wanna-
2.
It's listed as 2, okay.
It says deactivate prime evap.
So we're doing glide evap H2 flow off, glide evap STM auto manual, glide evap STM increase for 58 seconds.
Yeah, minimum. That is
Okay.
correct.
All right. CAPCOM, while he's burning here, you might want to get a pen and paper out here. We got a little procedure here for you to radio up.
Roger, flight.
Let me know when you're ready.
Roger, I'm ready.
I want to tell him that
Okay.
he did the wrong part of the checklist that he was told to do.
So what did he do? He did one
He
activate
activated
primary.
it.
Will this deactivate it naturally?
Yeah. I asked
Okay.
him to deactivate it, and from what I heard, he activated it while it was already on.
Okay. So we'll have him. So, well, I guess what I'm asking is, does step 2 deactivate that?
Yeah.
Okay, then we don't need to. It should just do this naturally then. CAPCOM.
I've been told that will
so-
help with our low radiator temperature.
If you want, you can just radio up. Have him do the what's it called? The primary glycol evap operation from step 2 onward.
Roger, flight.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want.
You want this to happen after TLI, correct?
Yeah, after TLI.
Roger.
I do think this is an issue we can just troubleshoot while in space. I don't think it's mission
All right.
ending right now.
I changed the screens for
Yeah,
it.
and again, if worse comes to worse, we have a TLI plus 90-minute abort.
Yep. All right. Thank you, AFD. Capcom, do we have cutoff?
Apollo Houston, do you have cutoff? Roger.
Gotcha. Okay. Standby 1 Capcom.
Go flight.
All right. Capcom, if we can have Astro do that checklist, which is called, and I keep forgetting the name every time I go in it, Primary Glycol Evap Operation, Step 2, onward.
Roger, flight. Apollo Houston, we're going to have you go back to the previous checklist, primary glycol evaporator operation, and continue onward from step 2.
Acknowledge, let me just finish this checklist.
Roger.
Alrighty, let's see here.
System flight and mocha comp. Is everyone okay with the monitor?
Just oh wait, no, never mind.
You're definitely not on the Mocha Conf.
No, I was talking on mocha comp.
I'd be. I have
mocha comp
the stream
channel.
up.
Looks good to me. Flight guidance.
Go guidance.
Expect lunar sphere of influence at about T plus 50 hours.
50 hours. Okay.
Roger. 50 hours.
Done.
And while I have you here,
Roger. You're going to be done that
do you think we're going to need to think about MCC1?
Yeah, I just finished.
Just wondering, why are we in the lunar map?
Copy.
I put us there. Do you want me to take us out?
Yeah, it just seems Earth map would make more sense since we just did TLI, but
Flight Capcom,
Okay, next.
Astro is going to be finished.
not
that
like it
Capcom.
matters since we don't have the transit info, but
He's finished the glycol checklist.
Roger, flight.
Roger.
Yeah, I'm still seeing on the ECS cryo glycol flow pounds per hour is still zip.
Is the handle pushed in or out right now?
Flight, it should be pushed in.
Okay. Flight EECOM.
go flight.
EECOM flight.
Go flight. Sorry, I was on the wrong loop.
You're good. The glycol handle. Does that get pulled in order to activate the loop, or is it pushed?
It does not. It should stay in. The evaporator is a completely separate system.
Let's have them verify that all the glycol handles are pushed in.
Well, there's only one, but yeah.
Only one.
Still, better
Okay.
to make sure.
Is there anything else that could be affecting our flow rate? CAPCOM flight. If you want to just let him know that we're just still troubleshooting his cooling issue.
There is one potential. There's a
Roger,
couple
flight.
of valves. There's like a glycol reservoir. If you set those up just the right way,
Follow
you could be
Houston,
blocking the
we're
flow of
just
glycol,
trying to,
but that's probably
Look
unlikely.
at your glycol flow right now, so just stand by for that.
Anyway, any kind of checklist that we can do to make sure that that's set properly?
I don't think there's a specific checklist for it, but there's just 3 valves to look to verify. On panel 326, or maybe 325, I don't exactly remember, there's glycol reservoir, inlet, outlet, and bypass. I believe at this point in the flight, bypass should be open and inlet and outlet should be closed.
For now, let's just look into it and give me a procedure when you have one ready, and then we'll try that out.
It's not a procedure, it's just things to verify.
Is it just those 3 right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
If he, for some reason, had the inlet valve open and the bypass and outlet valves closed, the glycol could be just like stuck up against the outlet valve and not being able to get past that reservoir. That's the one thing I can think of.
Okay. And CAPCOM might want to get a pen and paper out again. So those were what again?
The glycol reservoir, inlet, outlet, and bypass valves on panel 325. Bypass should be open and inlet and outlet should be closed.
Inlet, outlet, and bypass.
Yeah.
Correct?
Bypass should be open, inlet, outlet should be closed.
Bypass open, inlet, outlet closed. Okay, so
Yeah,
325,
affirmative.
inlet, outlet, bypass, and then CAPCOM, yeah, I'm going to need you to write this down for me as we go here.
And then,
Yeah, flight, I'm
in
ready.
addition, the glycol handle on 326 should be in. If we haven't already
Glycol
checked that.
handle in. Okay. You got all that, CAPCOM, right?
Roger. Glycol reservoir, inlet, outlet, bypass valve. Bypass is going to be open, inlet, outlet closed, panel 325, and glycol handle 326 is going to be in.
That is correct.
All right, go ahead and
I'll get it up to him.
verify that with Astro, CAPCOM.
Follow Houston. We're going to have you take a look at panel 325. Let me know.
Okay. Nothing's changed.
Roger. So it's going to be glycol reservoir, inlet, outlet, bypass valve. We're going to have you have the bypass open and the inlet outlet closed.
Wait, you said 325? That's the wrong thing.
I don't know exactly what it is.
325 has no
It's
valve for that.
320
The
something.
only thing you can open and close will be cabin pressure relief, and I don't think I want to do that.
Yeah, I would be advised not to do that.
This
you
is AFD,
try and
let the
look
flight
around
know I'm stepping away for a little bit.
Roger.
Try and look around for something
Yeah, actually,
that
Booster has to step away.
indicates
It's
glycol
near
reservoir.
that.
Gonna be near panel 325.
Oh, okay, that's panel 326.
Yeah, I didn't exactly remember the panel number.
Roger. We're gonna have you have the bypass open and the inlet outlet closed.
So pull bypass to glycol to radiator bypass open?
No.
Negative.
Different
I
thing.
see. Never mind. Okay, go ahead.
Alright, stand.
Sorry, yeah, I got them confused. I see what you mean now.
Go GNC. Yeah, I'm just checking. That's the one thing I can think of that could be going up our glycol. The glycol reservoir is only for boost, because that's when you don't have the radiators. This is what I thought is if, for some weird reason, if he had the bypass valve closed and the inlet and outlet valve closed, then glycol would just be stuck against that reservoir. Actually, H2O flow is turned off by the evap deactivation. Wrong one.
Do you want that turned on?
I was talking to someone on MogarConf, and I went to flight for some reason.
Okay.
But just discussing the situation.
Flight CAPCOM. Not sure if he could find. Wait, hold on.
We're turning off the evaporator, which is a different thing. But that switch is connected to that.
But it sounds like EECOM's discussing separate procedure. Do we want to go with that one or have them continue this one?
I don't think they are.
Stand by for a minute.
I think they are. It might be connected to the glycol, but not the radiators. Hold on, I gotta go find a diagram. But what we're trying to do is raise the radiator outlet temp because that is treacherously low. Like so low that lines could be freezing and bursting. I don't actually know. I need to find that. Okay, I'm looking for an ECS diagram. You think I should look at thermal control or water glycol? Why does these things have to look like a plate of spaghetti? Yeah, we have.
You still looking for a diagram?
I found one, I just have to analyze it.
Okay, I'll see if I can think of anything.
AFD is back, Flight.
Roger that.
Flight CAPCOM, do we have a decision yet on that, or?
I haven't heard anyone come to me yet, so.
Roger.
EECOM and I are
Do
working
you
on it right now.
Have any housekeeping tasks for him?
Yeah. Just stand by for a bit here, Capcom. We're still working on something.
Roger,
I'm
Flight.
just thinking out loud. Do we want to go through the glycol loop check on the backup crew pre-launch, but skip anything about setting it to
Probably want to
radiate to
discuss
secondary?
that on the Mocha conference.
We could run
Okay,
the
so-
primary glycol
Very
loop
good.
check on the systems check if I can find it. Or actually, no, I think that's only for the secondary. 'Cause
I've
that's
got
for
an
water
idea.
glycol.
This diagram is too low res.
What's
can't
too
really
low?
do
Can we
Oh,
we don't
yeah.
solving the
There,
situation?
if you look at the
Ecom?
manual,
I have a
stand by
suggestion.
AFD. If you look on the manual on Reentry, it has one, I believe. And go
Paula
AFD.
Houston, sorry, can you repeat
It's too
that?
low res though.
Oh, rip.
We almost done?
I can pull up one if you want. I can try, and I'll send it to you.
Okay.
The issue has no bearing on gameplay, to be honest, so.
Roger.
Not really gonna affect anything.
Yeah. Econ flight.
Yeah, we're just gonna we're just kind of going. We're just talking about procedures right
EECOM
now.
check
We'll get
DMs,
something
also
up to you
flight
in
and
a
AFD
second,
are trying to reach you.
Paula.
AFD is trying to reach you on MochaConf, and flight's trying to
EECOM
reach you on
flight.
Flight Loop.
GNC flight.
Go GNC. Or go for GNC. Ugh.
Is there a chance that these aren't really like gameplay effective right here because we do have a lot on the itinerary for today?
I mean, we don't. My knowledge of the EECS in game is it's not the water glycol system, especially, isn't really well modeled, so it could just be that. I can work on EECOM to fix it, but it's
Yeah.
not mission critical at the moment.
Okay. So we have to get landing done by halfway done today. So
Ideally,
let's just
so I
keep
still
going
have
without it.
energy, yeah.
Exactly. I think we should just ignore it and just keep a little bit of an eye on it, but I think we're just going to fly with it.
Okay, I think EECOM might have dipped, so I will inform him of that decision if I hear him again.
Okay. I was wondering why.
Oh, I heard it.
Anything that you
I
want
got
in
that.
specific before we start thinking
Okay.
about T&D?
GNC point of view then, I guess.
Yeah.
Make sure all quads are active, GDC line before separation, and yeah, just follow the checklist and I should be all good.
Okay, Capcom flight.
Go flight.
We'd like Astro to start preparing for T&D.
Roger, flight. Paula
And for his
Houston,
information, we're gonna. I'm sorry. Really quick. For his information, we are going to fly on the temperature light.
Paula Houston, for now we're just gonna have you fly on the temperature light. We believe that the glycol issue shouldn't be too much of a problem. We're gonna have
It
you
will,
prepare
because
for.
yeah. Alright.
Roger. Yeah, you can begin preparing for T&D.
Acknowledged.
Yeah, flight doesn't sound too
This is some
sure
good
about that
soup.
glycol decision.
He doesn't sound too sure.
Yeah, flight. He doesn't sound very sure about our glycol decision.
Didn't he just say that it wasn't modeled?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, flight.
I think we're pretty sure that it's not modeled that well. So I'm
Alright,
happy to
flight.
fly on it.
Flight guidance.
Go guidance.
Potentially, could we just have them go through like the general environmental control systems checks again, just to get them sort of like the state they kind of should be in, quote unquote, just to see if that helps anything?
Could do that. Could we do that after T&D? and
certainly.
transmission
I'm just
docking? Okay.
certainly. I'm just suggesting that potentially in the future, just getting them to
This is
state
some
they
good soup.
should quote unquote be at this moment could probably be good to
some
Yeah.
really good soup.
eliminate from the equation any changes we've done while trying to diagnose this issue.
Yeah, it's just we got a lot on our plate for today because we got a second crew coming in later, and I just want to get things moving here.
No, that's certainly understandable. Just figured I'd suggest that.
Oh
Yep.
wow, very very good soup. Oh, my mic is quiet. That was quiet. All right. Do. And for all the people just sitting here observing, GNC is still free. I would like to go back to POW if anyone's able to cover that for me, but I'm fine staying as GNC. Oh, don't know how to close that. What's it? Shit. There we go.
Ready for separation.
Roger,
All right,
Apollo.
flight
Stand by.
controllers, we go. Give me a go no go for TND here. I'm probably gonna abbreviate it a little bit, so not everyone's gonna get called here. Just be aware. EECOM.
I guess we're go flight if we're not going to worry about the ECS stuff.
It's just we got so much going on today that we can't get hung up on this.
Fair.
If you have any small ideas like along the way, I'm open to it, but we just can't. We have to accomplish other things along the way.
The one thing I heard was disabling the evaporator.
We'll do that after TND. Guidance.
We're go flight.
Roger. Okay. GNC.
Quads are good, platform's good, and I'm good.
Roger. Capcom. Go for undocking.
Roger, go for undocking. Apollo, Houston, you are go for CSM separation.
Acknowledged.
And flight GNC, he might be aware of this, but CMC set to free. I don't know if he wants that on hold as he first thrusts out of there.
Does he want free?
I don't know. It's been free this whole time. Either he knows about it or he just left it there since launch.
Capcom, can you just alert him that CMC is currently set to free?
Apollo, Houston, flight just wants to let you know that your CMC is set to free.
I know.
Okay. As long as he knows.
See here. Where are those calculations for it again? Where is... Oh, never mind.
Flight GNC.
Go flight.
I'm sorry, not GNC. Guidance flight, I'm sorry. Guidance flight.
Go ahead, flight.
I don't know if you told me or
Beginning
not.
turn
I might
around
have just
for
forgotten.
dock.
Might have just forgotten. Do you think we're gonna need an MCC here?
No, the the apparatus looks pretty good, from what I can tell. We'll wait until Lunar Sphere of Influence, and then I'll reappraise from there.
Okay, Roger. So no MCC 1 or 2, just MCC 3 potentially.
Correct.
Roger. Awesome.
And Apollo mission control here at 2 hours, 14 minutes, 25 seconds. Currently performing T&D, aka transmission docking, where the spacecraft is going to first pulse forward, turn around, and then continue and get contact with the lunar module and extract it from the S4B upper stage. After this, we're expecting not to need to perform mid-course correction 1 and 2, but just skip to mid-course correction 3 in Lunar Sphere of Influence. Our guidance officer will be monitoring and checking if that MCC 3 burn is necessary at Lunar Sphere of Influence. And booster GNC on MokerConf.
Does everyone want me to keep these monitors up till we get to the moon?
Sorry, Flight, I'm just going to step on this loop for a moment. Booster, verify that you're on MokerConf for me, please.
On MokerCom.
Yeah, Booster GG&C on MokerConf. Booster, we're about to separate from the S4B. I believe we actually just have. Do you want to take GG&C from me? Because your role will be unneeded after this.
I have no clue what I'm doing.
If you want to hop over to the desk, I can give you like a rundown of what to look at, and then I can help you too from there. I can stay on the loop and guide you.
All right, I'll head over. Hang on.
Okay, yeah, no problem. And I guess no one else is going to use this loop for a bit, so I guess we can just speak on here. Top corner, you'll see quad A, quad B, quad D. That's all your quads. It has your tank quantity, your pressure. There's the Fahrenheit gauge. Anything really high is a problem. Anything like below is also a problem. They normally are around like 138 if they're idling, 135. You have your SPS fuel and tank quantity there. Your CSM, RCS, it should show 00000 until we separate and pressurize. If it has none numbers that other 00, inform flight that he's pressurized the CM. RCS, you can see a digisky, it shows your verbs and nouns. CMC just went from auto, that's what mode the CMC is on. You have your attitude, your pitch, yaw, and roll. And your SPS arms, system A and B. SPS is currently unarmed. When it's armed, you'll see an X on system A and system B. And a lot of other stuff is mostly system knowledge. The panel to your left, the SPS burn panel, shows the planned SPS burn. So it'll show like the velocity is planned, and the countdown and the trig. And the H dot and the V dot. Any questions?
Yeah, okay, screw this. I'm gonna do it just manually. I'm just gonna line it manually. Freaking.
Roger, Columbia, you said you're gonna do it manually?
Yeah, I'm not gonna use the DAP.
Roger.
Get out of the AG loop there. Am I going to have to do any calculations or anything like that, or do any pads or anything?
Normally,
CAPCOM, are we docked?
Normally what you do is some calculations you do is
flight.
SPS burn, how much delta V you have left. I think the number is like
Don't bother Astro if you don't know. It's fine.
10% of your SPS tank is
Right,
about
flight.
500 feet per second, give or take.
Retro, you haven't missed anything.
The only things you need to do besides that is like pads, or not pads. You need to do DAPs, and to find all the information for a DAP is scroll down over to where is it? Scroll down to the GNC general checklist, and then go to V48 DAP data load, and that is what you would need to give them, and it shows you what all the numbers mean there.
Look for that. Hang on.
And other important stuff, 3, if you haven't done P52 option 3, 3 hours prior to a burn, or 3 hours around the burn time, you need to get one done. So every 3 hours, if you're going to do a course change or anything that involves the IMU, you want to do a P52 option 3.
Yeah, I think this is going to be beyond my current capabilities, unfortunately. I'm still pretty new to the game, and
Oh, yeah, it's fine.
I'm still finding my way around the Apollo stuff.
That's fine. If you just want to sit back and watch, then I can watch out for Booster or GGNC, and I can make all the calls. You can just watch, just so you learn. Because right now Booster has 0 things to do, and I don't want you to get bored.
Sure. Am I going to be able to hear you on the loop if I sit in the seat with you?
I
Or should
can.
stand behind-
Oh no, I can head over to the GGNC loop, and I'll just monitor that and speak on that for you.
So you want me to sit here, or you want me to sit over to Booster?
You can just sit here. I'll stand.
I see you
I'll stand
walking
behind you.
around. I see you doing shenanigans.
Shenanigans. I'll just stand behind you because I'm also gonna do POW stuff, so I'll just keep an ear out.
Okay.
Not creepy whatsoever.
I can feel you back there.
I'm breathing on you.
All right, so I'm hands off.
Yeah, I'm just watching the data right now and listening out for flight. But if you want to just also do the same as me, that's great. And if you have any quick questions, feel free to ask them either on MokerConf if it's quiet or go to the GNC loop.
Roger.
But I will be your training wheels.
Actually, I need to buzz back over to Booster for half a second, turn off my comm stuff over there.
Oh, you can. It syncs all across the room. You can turn it off for wherever you want.
Then I ain't gonna worry about it.
This is Apollo Mission Control. We are currently T plus 2 hours and 23 minutes and 31 seconds. Transposition docking should still be in process. We're waiting on the report from Astro that he's successfully docked with the Lunar module. Call sign Eagle today.
FYI, we've been getting tornado warnings here all day, so if I suddenly go poof, that's why.
Okay, that's rough.
Roger that, GNC.
Currently, POW is going to be working with GNC, so apologize for any unrelated mission comms. However, you should get to hear some
Like, don't know
mission-related
if you've
stuff.
been listening on MokerConf, but GNC has been getting tornado warnings, so if they get off, if they get off unexpectedly, that's why.
Gotcha. Okay. And no, I'm not listening on MokerConf.
Also, another note for the Saturn S4B stage. We're currently in time base 6 after transmission and docking. That will have the. Sorry, apologies for the burp there. The Saturn S4B stage should start propellant dumping during time base 6 or 7, and then it'll start to maneuver its course on a lunar impact trajectory for this mission, or we'll decide to send it onto a solar orbit.
Yeah, okay, I'm almost there. I was almost lined up. I had to fix a few things.
Roger, Columbia, take all the time you need.
It's funny, in the NASA simulator, it's actually easier.
And currently during the separation, the spacecraft have become 2, so mission control will be using the call sign Columbia. That's CSM call sign until they have connected and form Apollo 11 again. The lunar module call sign will be Eagle for this mission. This is Apollo Mission Control now at T plus 2 hours, 26 minutes, and 42 seconds. Transposition docking is still in process. Astro reports yet to realign to align himself with the lunar module. On a unrelated note to the mission, POW has learned that if you neglect your girlfriend, she will get very mad at you. so don't do that. Mission Control Center here in Houston is quiet now as we wait for an update on transposition docking.
Retro, I'll fix the monitors in a minute. How's this, Retro? Monitors have been...
Yeah, thank you.
Contact flashing.
Columbia, say again.
Contact.
Roger, we copy, have contact.
Apollo Mission Control Center
I
here
didn't
in
know it still hadn't
Houston.
bounced.
Time is 2 hours, 34 minutes and 26 seconds now. The command or the Apollo astronaut today reports that he has contact with the lunar module. He will now proceed to hard dock the two with the by retracting the probe.
Capcom, he is good to unpack the LEM at his discretion.
Roger, Flint.
Flight just gave the call out to inform the Astro that
Apollo
he is good
Houston, you
to
are clear
unpack the
to,
EECOM, can
LEM.
we
This
get him
will
to
involve
pressurize the LEM
separating
first before he ejects it?
separating the LEM from the
Acknowledged.
S4B upper stage.
You want to pressurize the LEM before ejecting the S4B?
Yeah, that
Okay,
is the
Capcom,
procedure.
we'd like him to pressurize the LEM cabin before before discarding the S4B.
Roger, Flint. Apollo Houston, we want you to pressurize the lunar module before you
Yeah, I'm
separate from the S4B.
equalizing it now.
Astronaut also reports that he's equalizing the pressures of the
Way
lunar
ahead of you
module
on
and the
that one.
CSM. This will allow the astronaut to freely
Roger,
travel
Apollo.
into the LEM without being exposed to the vacuum of space.
Tell me a flight. Do we have one?
I can do TELMU.
Pressure equalized, ready to separate the lunar module from the, yeah, like, from the, fuck it, from the booster.
Roger, Apollo.
Yeah, the
You're
S4B.
From the
clear
thing.
to separate from the S4B.
Yeah, you're clear.
Acknowledged. extraction complete.
Astronaut now reports at T plus 2 hours and 57 seconds and 40, or correction, 57 minutes and 40 seconds. Astronaut reports LEM extraction is complete. The LEM has now been extracted from the S4B upper stage, and the Apollo spacecraft is now joined together. Prior to LOI, we'll perform a series of LEM activation checklists, turning on over the system.
Roger, we copy. Extraction complete.
And with this extraction complete, the Lunar module operations team that has taken their sweet ass time to come over to the mission control center have now showed up. TELMU is here and control. TELMU's job is the environmental control and the power systems of the lunar module. Control is in charge of all of the nuts and bolts of the lunar module's guidance hardware, and tasked with making sure the computer works and the radar works.
EECOM, you're gonna hate me for saying we will not be worrying about doing the PTC today.
Roger.
And Flight just reported that we will not be in PTC during the coast. PTC is passive thermal control, or more commonly referred to as the barbecue rule.
CAPCOM,
The barbecue rule spins the spacecraft,
the
allowing for all surfaces of the outer to absorb heat,
Roger,
so
Flight
heat is
173.
not focused on
He
one part of the
is,
spacecraft, and we have
he's separated already.
efficient thermal distribution across the spacecraft.
Okay. Can you ask him if he's happy enough where he's at to start warping to the SOI?
Sorry, Flight, say again.
Can you ask him if where he's at right now in relation to the S4B, if he's happy to start thinking about warping to the SOI?
Roger, Flight. Apollo Houston wants to ask what's your status regarding S4B operation, and when you're comfortable to begin warping to SOI.
I'm ready whenever you...
Okay. Play, you
Roger.
come?
Unless you want space talk.
Go Flight.
PTC first, that's right.
Do you have anything else that you want to try to do for our heating issue before we warp here?
Yeah,
Did we get the
Apollo, just stand
evaporator
by.
disabled?
Okay, we can do that. Flight Capcom?
Go, Flight.
We'd like to disable the evaporator.
Roger. Back to the previous procedure that we were having.
Yeah, pretty much.
Continue off from second step, correct?
Yep.
Flight Eco? Yeah, that's second step?
Yeah. Second step.
Okay, yeah. The that procedure step 2.
Roger, we'll have him do it. Alright, Apollo Houston, we're gonna have you
This doesn't work.
back to the
We're just gonna work
primary
anyways.
glycol evaporator operation and continue from step 2 on panel 326.
I've been it primary the whole
Go
time.
Gardens.
Roger, but we're just gonna have you
actually,
deactivate the
that-
primary
You
evaporator.
have to know that
Oh,
sometimes
I already did that on my part.
I'm
No,
sorry.
we
Yes,
didn't.
so-
You did the wrong part of the
Oh, you
checklist.
did, wait. Okay, no, just tell me what to do. If I did it again, I'll do it again. Oh, I did it. I'll do it again.
Roger, we believe you only did the first 2 steps and cut off at the second.
There are only 2 steps in it.
Capcom, he did the activation procedure and do
Capcom, can you bring up the
deactivation.
checklist and walk him through the second step for us?
Roger, Paula, if you pull up
Oh,
the
he
checklist,
might be. He might be. No, wait, no. He might be. I'm sorry. He might be thinking about the whole step 2.
gonna be the primary glycol evaporator operation at near the bottom. It was the one that we told you to go on last time.
Yeah, I did both steps, activate primary and deactivate primary.
So at this time, the primary is gonna be deactivated.
So you want me to activate it?
Negative. We want it deactivated.
It's already deactivated then. Had it. That was before.
Alright. Roger.
Go
Paula.
ahead, GNC. Sorry, I'm just. There's a lot of airwaves. I'm not GNC. Go ahead, guys.
Yes, this is guidance. Just letting you know that we might want to wait a while to see if any change affects things, just because I know it can take a while for those changes to come through.
Yeah. My thought on this is let's start warping and seeing if anything that we do helps. If not, we can stop the warp and go through something really quick. But I don't want to get too hung up on this.
Perfectly understandable.
Capcom, Astro is clear to warp to the SOI. Just be aware that we might stop the warp.
Roger, Flat. Follow Houston. At this time, you're going to go for a warp for SOI, but be advised you may have to stop the warp midway. But
Reason?
Temperature.
It's going to be due to the temperature, but it's likely we won't have to stop, but just be notified of that.
Alright. Does Flight want me to activate the passive thermal control wall, or?
No, we don't worry about that.
Negative.
That's
Flight
not modeled.
says don't worry about it. It's not modeled currently.
That's a first. Okay.
Yeah, that's a first. I've got so many things that we need to do today.
And a Apollo mission control. Now we're in 250 times warp speed. I would call it the time, but the time's gonna be changing rapidly here. We're going to be warping to Lunar SOI. SOI is Lunar Sphere of Influence. That is at which the moon has a higher influence over the spacecraft, its gravity, than compared to our Earth. During Lunar SOI, due to reentry game limitations, we'll be able to compute mid-course correction burn. A mid-course correction burn 3 style burn will need to be performed at Lunar SOI, and after Lunar SOI, we will perform a Lunar LOI to get us captured into a 60 by 60 lunar orbit. From that lunar orbit, we will proceed to get into the LEM and do an undocking. We'll perform a full series of undocking checks during that time. After lunar undocking, we will proceed to perform lunar landing. Lunar landing is split into many different phases. Lunar landing phases here are, I can pull them up for you guys right here. P63, P64, P66, and P68. Those lunar landing phases allow the lunar module to first break and put it into a lower orbit, and then a approach phase will have it break even more to lower it into a impact trajectory with the surface. The landing phase will then have the lunar module fire terminal burn and have all control be on the commander to maneuver the spacecraft and land it at the desired landing site. The flight director has again reminded us that PTC will not be in effect during the burn or during the coast phase. PTC again is passive thermal control or the barbecue roll. We're coming up here on Lunar SOI. I do not know if Flight wants to perform lunar activations prior to capture or before or after capture, and we're going to start undocking. The lunar activation check should take us around 30 minutes or so to complete. It is a series of powering the lunar module systems, pressurizing the RCS systems, pressurizing the ascent and propulsion system, and powering up the computer and IMUs. And then later down the line, we'll think about powering up the radar. The radar is used to lock onto the surface of the moon, providing accurate measurements from the spacecraft to the surface of the moon. That rendezvous, the radar can also be used in a rendezvous mode that will lock onto the command and service module.
Go for AFD, what do you
Columbia,
need?
allowing Eagle to
Can you
effectively
take over
track the
for a couple minutes
module
here?
and
Roger that.
dock with it effectively and efficiently. Prior to the mid-course correction burn, if we decide to do it, we will perform a P52 option 3. P52 is the IMU realigning program, and option 3 means we'll be aligning the IMUs based on what the LEM optics will measure the distances and the degree angle of stars. This will allow the gyros to retorque and hopefully remove any accumulated errors during the coast phase. These star markings are normally good for up to 3 hours after the markings. So expect to see flight requesting the P52 option 3 around the 1 hour mark prior to the burn.
Control, this is AFT on MochaConf. Can you hear me?
Say again?
Control, do you hear me?
Jar Jar.
AFT now trying to get a response from the LEM operations team here. During this mission, flight has decided that we'll be simulating loss of signal. On the far side of the moon, which is probably where the LOI burn will be performed, we will have no signal due to the object known as the moon blocking the antenna from the Earth to the Apollo 11 spacecraft. During that time, we will have to bite our nails and hope that LOI will be performed flawlessly and without any hiccups.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna skip the at least a couple O2H2 purges because we have a lot to get done and those will take a little while. It's already 5 o'clock.
GNC, just for you, I'm going to be stepping out for a little moment. I'll be right back. I'll be back prior to Lunar SOI, though.
Roger that, CAPCOM, I'll take over. At least till,
That was not
if
CAPCOM. That was PAO to GNC.
Oh, okay.
AFD flight.
Go for it.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Time warp complete.
Roger, Apollo, we call
All right,
the time warp
AFD flight.
complete.
Can we get our screen changed?
Yep, I'll change the main screen in a moment.
Flight guidance. Guidance flight. Keep doing that wrong.
Go ahead, Flight.
Actually, kind of a bit of a you and a Fido question, honestly. But like, how are we looking with MCC3 here?
We are currently looking good. We currently have a periapsis altitude of 55.6 nautical miles. I'm going to make a prograde burn to bring that up to 60, and then I'll begin calculating our lunar insertion burn. Sound good?
Wow, that's probably the
Yeah.
most straight shot we've ever had.
I'm looking at the
I literally
data.
touched
I'm looking
nothing
at
on
the data. I'm looking at the data right now, and I see 55.597 nautical miles.
You
for
can
the
honestly just
altitude.
use that, probably, and we'd probably be pretty fine.
Roger that. I literally touched nothing on the translunar injection page.
Oh, so it just did it straight up. That was awesome.
Pretty much, yeah. So lucky me. But anyways, so did you want to go for a burn to raise that up to 60 nautical miles, or do you think we're good with a 55.5 orbit?
I think 55.5 is acceptable.
Roger that. I will
Fido,
begin
the LEM
calculating our
is
lunar
not
insertion.
activated right now, so that might be normal.
Sounds good.
Roger. I'm going to begin working on our lunar insertion burn.
EECOM flight.
Go, EECOM. Go flight.
Anything you want to do right now?
Wastewater dump. We're at 100.
Okay. CAPCOM flight.
That tank would have burst long
Flight.
ago.
Let's go ahead and do a wastewater dump here.
Roger, Apollo, Houston, let's get you to
Capcom,
do a
or
wastewater dump.
EECOM. If you just want to call it CAPCOM, I'm going to stop.
Okay.
So, do we have any mid-course corrections planned?
And bye, Apollo. Flight, do we have a mid-course correction at all, or no?
Negative. We're just gonna burn at the PE.
Roger. Apollo, we're just gonna burn at perigee, but for now, just do the wastewater dump.
Acknowledge. Let me know if it changes. Let me know the plan regarding the correct. Let me know if that part of the mission plan changes.
Roger, we'll do, Apollo.
I see him dumping.
I'm going to guess his DAP hasn't been adjusted after the LEM extraction. It's TELMU on Moker. Tell me, this is guidance. I don't think Flight's made sure if you're trying to contact him, you're gonna have to go to Flight if you want to bring that up with him, or you're just asking in general. Okay, I'm gonna reach out to Flight. Roger that. Flight, tell me.
Go tell me.
Flight, I'm guessing a DAP adjustment would be necessary for the new configuration and the weights.
You are correct. We can go ahead and do that. Is there a DAP you want to send up to the Astro? Or do you think he'll be able to figure that on his own?
Either on his own or reach out to somebody at another station. I'm just telling you.
Roger that. All right, Capcom, Flight.
Go Flight.
If we want to have Astro really quick reset his DAP for CSM LEM configuration.
Roger, Flight. Follow Houston, we're gonna have you reset your DAP load to configure to CSM.
Yeah, it is.
Roger, it's already reset.
Yeah, you guys can check it out. I'm just watching the Giants can check it out with the RGCC on some finishing the water dump.
Copy, Apollo. Did you get that, Flight?
He wants to do a dump, the waste dump first. Or did I misunderstand that?
Play EECOM, we can end the dump.
We can end the dump?
Yep.
Alright, come end the dump.
Roger. Follow Houston, you are clear to end the dump.
What, guidance?
Done.
Go guidance.
I have a circular orbit ready to go when you are ready.
Okay, I'll hang on that for now.
Copy that. Time of ignition is 60 hours 40 minutes.
Alright. And anything else that needs to be done before we start thinking about circularization here?
Flight guidance. Have we done a platform alignment?
That'd be good to do, actually. How long before the burn do you want to do that?
Well, ideally, for option 1, which includes the star stage, correct. I'd ideally prefer to do that maybe 2 hours before the burn. Just
Option
so we have
1 won't
plenty of time
include
to
the
play with.
stars. Only option 3 will have demarked
And
stars.
just for my information, how long until the burn? I know we have a long time.
Time to ignition is 12 hours flight. Approximately.
Okay.
Not exactly.
Yeah. Don't need an exact. So could we do P51 or P50? It's 52, right? P52 before LOS.
Oh, certainly. That's why I suggested 2 hours because it's relatively close, but still plenty far from the burn. But we can do it earlier. We can do it anytime you want, pretty much.
Let's do
I'd
2 hours
just like to
before. I
get
think that's fine.
Okay, right.
So we'll add We'll add P52 LOI +2 or -2.
Copy that. And then we can just, when we're ready to do the burn, we can just do a program 52 option 3, and that'll be all set.
Okay. And then anything else that people want? Let's get her done then. Capcom, when Astro is ready, he's cleared to warp till 2. Or I'm sorry. Let's actually better idea. Hold on that, Capcom. You guidance flight. You still have your data ready?
Copy that. I'm showing a TIG of 60 hours, 40 minutes. Should we warp to 58 hours?
You want to warp to 58? We can do that, yeah. I was figuring we could just get our data uplinked to him already, but it might be smarter just not to do that.
Roger, we can upload this data immediately. I'm just saying when we want to warp, we can go to 58 hours.
Let's just warp to 58. Yeah, let's just warp to 58 hours and then
and then proceed from there.
Yeah.
Roger that.
Capcom flight.
Go flight.
We'd like Astro to, at his own discretion, warp to 58 hours. Mission elapsed.
Roger, flight. Apollo Houston, would like to warp to 58 hours at your discretion.
58 hours?
Roger, 58 hours, elapsed time.
Acknowledge.
And this is Apollo Mission Control at T plus 49 hours now, warping to time prior to the LOI burn. There's been some talks about setting up a DAP, configuring the autopilot to recognize that it is now configured to the lunar module, both stages, ascent and descent stage, and also talks about a P52 option 3. P52 option 3 again is going to be marking 2 stars and using the angles of the 2 stars relative to the spacecraft, retorquing the gyros to hopefully eliminate any gyro drift that has accumulated during the spacecraft flight. It's also looking like, as previously stated, the LOI burn will be performed during LOS, and we'll have no data to monitor here, so it'll be a good time for the mission control team to get a small little break.
Awesome. And GNC or guidance flight, you wanted P-52 option 1, you said?
Roger that. Flight, would you also like to transfer the data at this time?
Yeah, let's go ahead and start getting him set up here. For those of you guys who are new here to flight controlling, loss of signal behind the moon is not modeled. So what we do instead is we have Astro, whenever he goes behind the moon, we just have him turn his data off, his transmission off. So he models that for us. CAPCOM, you're good to acknowledge that. I think he's wanting to be acknowledged.
Roger, we copy that, Apollo.
So we're going to have a little bit of a time crunch here, but that's okay. Nothing too crazy. Matter of fact, yeah, we have a little bit of time before, probably about like 15 minutes before we have LOS here. So, Capcom, if you want to go ahead, or I'm sorry, guidance, you want to do option 1, correct?
Copy that. Also, I don't think we should have loss of signal. We shouldn't have loss of signal until like maybe like 15 minutes before.
That's what I'm thinking.
Navigation.
Yeah. Ocean of Storms is kind of on the
we
edge.
got 2 hours.
So.
No, that's valid.
Yeah, Ocean. Yeah. So.
Anyways, just tell me when you'd like to transfer that data. But yes, we'll do an option 1, and I can transfer the data whenever you want.
Okay. Capcom, we'd like Astro to start with P-52 option 1.
Roger, P-52 option 1. Apollo Houston, we'd like you to start on program 52 option 1.
Acknowledged. Option 1? You mean option 3? I don't have any telemetry. Or... Did you uplink the burn?
Stand by, Apollo. The flight, did you get that?
No, actually, go ahead.
He's asking either option 1 or option 3, because he says that
He
doesn't
wants
have
option 1.
telemetry. That he doesn't have any telemetry data, I believe.
Guidance flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Do you want to try to do option 3 instead?
Option 3, is that just the preferred alignment and does not get rid of the gyro drift?
I think
I think
guidance, you got it,
Three is the
flips it
gyro
around.
drift.
Option 3 will mark the stars, and 1 will realign to the burn orientation.
Roger that, my bad. So option 3 is stars, correct.
So we want to do a star line, correct?
Correct, to eliminate gyro
Okay.
drift.
Capcom P-52 option 3, please.
Roger. Apollo Houston, apologies. We're going to have you run P-52 option 3.
Acknowledged.
I always get those mixed up.
And this is Apollo Mission Control now, preparing for a P-52 option 3, where we'll be performing a star line. LOS is expected to be 15 minutes prior to the burn. During LOS, again, we'll have no ways of contacting the crew if anything goes wrong. But everything's looking good here, and we're hopeful that we'll have a good burn.
And Capcom, once Astro reports that he's done doing option 3, have him make sure that he has CMC to accept. And then when he does, we'll go ahead and uplink the burn data.
Roger, Flight.
And now Apollo Mission Control here is working on uplinking bird data to the CSM, to the CMC computer here. This will give the computer all the information it needs to mostly automatically perform its LOI burn. Again, the LOI burn will be scheduled to be performed during loss of signal. The CMC will be completely independent from mission control, and it will hopefully, we're crossing our fingers here for a good insertion burn.
Done.
Roger, Apollo, copy, you're done. We're gonna have you sent the CMC to accept for uplink.
Yep, done.
Copy, Apollo.
Copy that, Flight. He is set to accept.
Roger, you go ahead to uplink.
Data has been uplinked.
Roger. Capcom, if you can have him just go ahead and get started on the SPS burn planner. Or not the burn planner, I'm sorry, the burn checklist.
Burn checklist, right. Alright, Apollo Houston, as soon as you get the DAPLO, we're gonna have you start on the burn checklist.
Say again?
We're gonna have you start on the burn checklist.
The SPS.
What was the DAP?
Sorry, say again?
You mentioned the DAP before.
Yeah, we have uplinked a DAPLO to you. We just want you to start on the SPS burn checklist now.
Acknowledged. I don't see
flight.
any load. Yeah, I don't see any change in the gate.
Roger, stand by. Following.
GNC flight.
I think GNC is pretty new. I can help. What's up, Flight?
Could you verify the DAP for us really quick?
All right.
Make sure we're in the correct configuration.
Yeah, have him key in verb 448.
Capcom flight, can you have Astro key in verb 48?
Roger, verb 48. Apollo Houston, can you key in verb 48 into the AGC?
Verb 48, enter, done. Do you want me to leave telemetry to accept?
Stand by.
And Flight just looking into the DAP right now. Two,
Okay.
1, 1. Oh. 2, 5 degrees, quads. Looking at his DAP here, he has the roll quads currently using B and C. It looks all good. Are you fine with that, Flight?
If you're happy, I'm happy.
Yeah, the DAP is configured for a LEM descent and ascent stage, the CSM, so we're looking good.
Okay. Yeah. Capcom flight. DAP looks good. He's good to continue with his SPS arm checklist.
Apollo Houston, sorry, your previous transmission said you don't have the DAP uplink, correct?
Yeah, no, I didn't receive any uplink. I didn't receive any changes to it, at least.
Roger, stand by, I'll get that sorted. Flight, Apollo reports that the uplink did not work, and his
No,
still
we're not
have my
uplinking the DAP. We were just
Oh.
DAP's good. Does he
Roger.
have his telemetry to accept?
Let me check. Apollo Houston, do you have your telemetry to accept?
Yep.
Roger.
Okay.
That's gonna be my mistake. We haven't sent the DAP up yet. But
No,
at this time you are clear to proceed with
And
the
you
SPS
can't
burn
send up the
checklist.
DAP. Like, that's not an
Do you want
uplift.
me to hold at program?
He might have expected us
There's a lot on here.
to automatically do that.
Our DAP's fine. We don't need
Want me
to
to
change it.
hold at program, hold for program 30?
Stand by. Flight, do we want to hold at program 30?
Yeah, sure. That's the SPS burn computer, right?
Yes.
That's where I am right now in terms of the checklist. I'm just waiting to do
Okay.
program. I'm
So
waiting to be able to do program 30.
okay, and so he has telemetry. He has everything else he needs, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Then I think our next step is that we're gonna let him warp at his discretion. We're gonna simulate comms blackout, and then we all can just go to have a bathroom break while he does his burn, and then we check back in with him on the other side.
All right.
All right, so
Sounds good.
Hold off on P30 for now. And
Okay,
tell him
okay,
to
so here we
warp
go.
at his discretion.
Oh, hang on, Snowy just messed.
Wait, good.
Go guidance.
I recommend he does not warp more than 10 minutes or over T-minus 10 minutes to the burn time.
Okay. So CAPCOM flight.
Go flight.
AFT going
Astro.
AFK for
Roger.
the burn.
Okay. Astro is clear to warp at his own discretion. Is not recommended to warp closer than 10 minutes to the burn. We request that he also sets his SCE to off when warping, and until reacquisition.
Roger. So don't warp past. Recommended not warp past 10 minutes and SCE to off when warping. Correct.
Correct.
And this is Apollo Mission Control 2 plus 58, 14,
Houston,
30. We are now preparing for a
gotta be
warp
clear
during
to
LOS. We're
warp
about to lose
we recommend no later than
we're about to lose telemetry
T-minus
and
10
data down
minutes
here.
to burn. And we're
And
gonna have
Capcom
you
is
set
radioing
the
that up right now.
SCE to off during warp.
Acknowledge.
Oh, AFT's already AFK. Rip. All right, whatever. It's fine.
Say again on the time. I didn't. Yeah.
Roger, Paul. We want you to. We recommend that you don't warp past T-minus 10 minutes to SPS burn.
Acknowledge. Are you done with the AGC? So I can go ahead and run program 30.
Guidance flight, you're all good here. You've uploaded everything.
Everything should be uploaded. The DAP is has been properly handled. The flight data should be up. Everything should be perfectly fine by now.
All right.
We're good to go, flight.
Yeah, we're good to go. He's good to warp.
Roger, Apollo. You should be good to warp. Everything's been uplinked.
Acknowledge. Setting SCE to off.
All right, simulating comms blackout.
And
Astro,
this is
flight.
Apollo Mission
Begin your comms
Control. We
blackout.
are now in comms blackout.
Flight, 1 second. I have an issue with for 48 not loading. So I'm just gonna put the VGC in standby and bring it back out.
Like Capcom. Like Capcom.
Go Capcom.
I'm just gonna be stepping away for 5 minutes if anyone can take Capcom for me.
No, everyone's gonna be stepping away for 5 minutes for simulating LS.
Oh, alright, roger.
Flight Astro, begin LOS.
And we are now in LOS. All data down here has gone to zeros. Mission Control over here in Houston's going to use this time to kind of take a breather and perform any on-house waste dumps if necessary. In-house.
I'm down to move to just try to just land it today and then call it there. If you want to try to rope the other guys into here and whatnot. Well, just announce it now and see if we get people to help during landing. Yeah. I was planning on landing today. Is that what you were thinking? What day is the 20th? Can't do that. We can do it on Sunday.
Some of
Yeah,
us
yeah, that's fine.
Some of us adults have jobs.
All right, I'm gonna go get food again. I'll be back later. And once the capsule gets past the Moss Crater, we should have ALS.
god, I gotta go. Flight EECOM.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Guidance now reports T-minus 30 seconds, now T-minus 17 seconds till scheduled burn time. Coming up on T-minus 10 seconds. Mark, T-minus 10 seconds. Burn ignition will happen now in 5 seconds, starting now, mark, till scheduled burn ignition. Mark, SPS should be fired and scheduled burn will happen. Time of cutoff is unknown. I did not notice. This is Apollo mission control at T plus 825702. After an unexpected game error, we're now in lunar orbit. Preparing for LEM activation shortly now, and we're going to start doing our DOI.
Assistant flight here, shift 5x5, Apollo.
Yes. Flight guidance.
Go guidance.
Yeah, so it appears the scenario already puts us in the orbit that we have ready to, this puts us in the lunar descent orbit. So we have a
Oh,
low
so we are
periapsis.
PE8, I take it? Okay,
Yes,
how long do we have
periapsis
to
is 8 nautical
PE?
miles. We have time to PE 3012 seconds. 3012 seconds. So I need to do mental math quickly.
And this Apollo mission control, 8825821. Guidance officer has reported that we're in DOI orbit. We're in a DOI orbit, which is a descent orbit.
Capcom, if you want to update Astro and say that you're already in a lunar descent orbit.
So lunar module activation it is.
Capcom, can we get Astro immediately starting on lunar module activation?
Flight, I heard him complaining something about the fuel cells and something about Petri. So he may be setting something up.
Flight guidance.
Go guidance.
What are your opinions on having him go through general systems checks before we do the lunar orbit, or do you just want to say, you know, we're not going to concern ourselves with the command module, we'll just concern ourselves with the lunar module at this point?
I think that'd probably just be best right now.
Roger.
We only got 30 minutes before he starts panicking out of nowhere.
Alright, I'm back flight.
Roger.
Well, roger that. You can go at any point if he wants to with this orbit. No real time constraints.
Yeah, he's
Apologies,
previously tried to abort himself out of this before, so I'm worried he's going to do it again.
Roger.
You said we have 50 minutes until PE?
You guys want me to go ahead and start the module activation?
Roger.
Yes, please, Capcom.
I'll tell him. Apollo Houston, Roger, you can start that.
Oh, yeah, flight guidance. Currently he's in a perfectly stable orbit, and you know, he can stay there as long as he wants. We'll only begin. It'll only begin the process of going to the lunar surface when he requests it. So yeah, but I imagine you know that.
I swear to God, the waste takes. Yay, it's not.
Copy.
Flight, tell me.
Go tell me.
I'm hoping he'll remember that at the end of initial setup that he wants to get the CSM to provide power to the LEM. If he's going to miss his opportunity to land on this orbit, then he's probably going to want to be sure he's not losing battery life in the LEM.
So what you're saying is, well, what are you saying about that? Just like...
To not lose initial setup, when he runs it with the helper prompt thing, it doesn't remind him to request CSM power, but in the actual checklist it does.
Okay, so Is that something that is modeled in the game that we can handle?
Yes, if he gets CSM power, then his batteries in the LEM will not drain.
If he gets okay, so just immediately connect CSM power is what you're saying.
Yeah, during the initial setup checklist.
Okay. Is there a particular step in that checklist that you wanted to do that at?
It'll be the last step.
Okay. CAPCOM flight. We would like on the last step of LEM activation to add cross tie between CSM power and LEM power.
You said, so for the last step of the Lunar module activation, you want to cross tie between the CSM and LEM power?
Yes, sir. It's not in the checklist, but we'd like to do it anyways.
Roger.
That would be initial setup, not all of the checklists, just the very
just
first
initial.
setup.
Okay.
That would be so the very first thing is what you're saying.
Are you talking
Pretty much.
intravehicular transfer? Or initial setup?
Initial setup.
Initial setup, okay.
This is Apollo Mission Control. Currently, Mission Control now is
so at
setting
the
up
end of the initial setup
routines
checklist,
to get the LEM configured
cross
for a
power between CSM.
PDI burn. DOI has already been performed. We're now activating the LEM in preparation for PDI.
At the end of your initial setup of the Lunar module, we're gonna have to. Well, that too, and we're gonna have to add a piece onto your checklist. At the very end of initial setup, we want you to cross tie between the command service module and Lunar module power.
Pretty sure it's already there, but I'm pretty sure I'm already doing that, but anyway.
Can you just verify that?
If it's already doing that, just make sure to verify that it is.
Yeah, just let me know I'll let you know when I'm done and just, yeah, I'm already done the initial setup. What breakers do you want me to check? I'll just check it now, man.
He just requests CSM power.
Just
request CSM.
power.
Oh, that's already done.
It's already done?
Yep.
Fair enough. It's just not in that helper checklist. It's in the regular checklist. I didn't want it to be missed if we're going to be in orbit for a while.
We might try to start getting him down on this orbit, so.
We will not have done.
That's a pretty tight schedule.
It is pretty tight. I think it can be done. What? We have 50 minutes?
That's till periapsis. When it comes to actual time to start burning, it's less than that.
We'll
What do you guys
appraise the
think?
situation
Should we go in orbit around, or?
I'm personally thinking go an extra orbit, but we'll reappraise as the situation develops.
Let's get through LEM activation first, and then go around if we need to.
Apollo Mission Control now, flight controllers. Our flight has now made the decision that we're going to proceed with the LEM activation checklist.
CAPCOM
If we're
flight.
crushed for time, we're going to proceed and perform a second orbit.
We want to just let the astronaut know that the current plan is to use this orbit for LEM activation, but if time is available after that, we can start descent whenever.
Sorry, you cut out for me. Can you repeat that?
You're good. This orbit will be used for LEM activation, but if there is time, we can begin descent on this orbit as well if it's fast enough.
Flight, I got a question. Are we going to do any EVAs when we get to the surface, or just call
Yeah, why
it?
not, you know?
Yeah, I think in EVA, or EVA now and then EVA for the
Next week.
homeward bound. Yes, both of those would be good.
Yeah.
Apollo Houston. So the plan is we're going to use this orbit to for lunar module activation. If time does allow, we can begin descent on this orbit, but we do have the option of doing another go around if you make your decision.
Acknowledged.
He can weigh in on that as well, but I think we're passing that time now.
Apollo Houston, you are able to weigh in if you'd like.
Sounds good to me.
Roger, Paul.
I think we're getting to the point where we have to go around anyway, so it's fine. Let's get the activation done. All right, here's the next question, guys. Who wants to take the LEM stations during descent here? We already have a TELMU. I need a control. Anyone want to do control and descent?
I can move to control flight, and
Okay, you comfortable with that?
Two-man assistant.
Okay, works for me. For the most part, you're just monitoring that, that we are, I don't know how to put this, that we're decelerating. And it's, normally, you'd have a lot more screens available to you from, like, ground stations and ground tracking, but, unfortunately, they don't model that in Reentry, so, it's literally just, are we braking for FIDO? I am known for that.
What? Luke, get off the line.
I'm on the flight loop right now. He is watching the live stream.
Is there anything you want me to call out, flight, regarding the descent engine?
Mainly just engine performance. You don't have radar tracking on your console, do you?
I have look angle and the guidance control and propulsion R/T.
Okay, do you know, are you able to call out when exit pings a line?
I'll see if I can do that. I may be able to do that. I don't know.
Alright, well, do what you can.
I could call out engine percentages for the descent engine.
Do you have fuel percent on there? Do you have, like, fuel
I
load
have
on there?
99.99 for tanks 1 and 2 on oxidizer and and both fuel tanks for the descent engine. 100% in the APS, 100% for the
Okay.
RCS quads.
Yeah, just during descent, just keep me updated on fuel.
Okay. I'll do that, flight. I can also tell the IMU has been powered up because I see roll pitch and yaw of 0 for each.
Guidance flight.
Go ahead, flight.
I'm assuming that the trajectory that we're on currently sets us up for tranquility, correct?
Say again, flight.
The orbit we're in right now sets us up for tranquility.
Let me just quickly check that over. Current true anomaly 246. We're currently there. Roger that. It does look like the case.
Okay.
Flight guidance, just letting you know, I am calculating a circularization burn for the CSM just in case.
You don't really have to. Whenever the Astro gets in, it'll like go to like a virtual like crew member, and the
Roger that.
CSM will
figured I'd kill some guys.
magically do it. But, however, I am not going to ruin your immersion.
No, that's perfectly valid. Just doing it to kill some time.
Understandable.
Like CAPCOM.
Go Capcom.
I gotta go eat dinner, and I gotta go eat dinner. Do you think I would be missing the lunar descent?
If you eat fast, no.
Alright, I will be back
Just
in
don't
a
be
few
a slow
minutes.
eater.
Alright, flight.
So, in other words, don't go to that all-you-can-eat shit, because you just stay there forever.
Yeah, I'm having pizza, so...
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah, if someone could just take over for me for a couple minutes.
Liz, would you be willing to for the time being?
I'll be on the Capcom, but I'm going to be pulling triple duty between assistant flight control and Capcom, so I'll be sitting at the control desk.
Is that okay, or do you want me to try to find someone else?
Yeah, I'll do it. Just be aware that I'm going to be at the control desk.
I'm gonna make you do everything for me, okay?
Flight guidance. Since I'm not really needed at this point, do you need me at Capcom or?
That might actually. Well. Yeah, go ahead and be Capcom, actually, guidance.
Yeah,
that
would work. That would work better. Take a little bit of load off my back.
I'm still gonna find jobs for you, Wiz. Don't think you're off the hook yet.
I'm just monitoring the quad temps until they get to 125. Then gonna tell Capcom that they got 25 minutes till the RCS can be activated.
Apollo Houston, this is your intern Capcom speaking. Nice to see you.
Go ahead.
Just letting you know that we have an intern Capcom right here for the moment. Proceed with how you've been proceeding.
What a warm welcome.
Setup complete.
Roger that. What step are you proceeding to now? Have you completed all setup steps, or are you proceeding to the next part in the checklist?
Nope, the entire thing's done.
The entire thing. Roger that. Flight, do you copy?
I don't know why everyone always complains. I can do it in my sleep.
Stand by. Let me pull
Hey,
the
when
checklist from
sorry,
my phone.
I do hear you. I was in the wrong window. All setups complete. Anybody else want to do anything before we start worrying about this landing?
EECOM, correct?
Flight econ? Oh, PDI's not back. Flight FDO.
Roger.
I'm sorry, flight FAO. Well, I guess Luke's not here. Give it a little bit of time to see if one of our guys come back. The actual Capcom.
Roger that. Apollo Houston, stand by. We are currently looking over our data, making sure everything checks out on our end.
Acknowledged.
So, okay, really quick. So we have a TELMU Richard, you feeling comfortable with all that data, right? Tell me, are you there? Wiz, I see you switching. Don't do every job.
I was using the Mocher. I'm on flight now. Yeah, I'm not too.
There you are.
Yeah, channel 28 looks like useless, but you know, from what I'm seeing, I don't see any problems. It's just really surprising he got through those checklists so quick.
He's done this a lot, so. He also doesn't do timestamps with a set either, so.
Well, there's not even too many timestamps on it, I don't think.
That's a good idea, Hyperbit. Flight to AFD/GNC/ whatever else you're doing.
I'm gonna change it.
Bet. Yeah, 28 is pretty useless. They don't really model LEM ECS or environmental control system.
I was just jumping between TELMU and controllers so that I could see what he's seeing.
Yeah. Control might have more informative screens. Looks like with 44, 45.
Okay.
Or no, actually, let's see. Yeah, well, okay, so yeah, channel 44 has actually got some information for you, tell me. Looks like.
Yeah, I got that on my left screen. In any case, if he thinks he can pull it off this orbit, start separating.
No, we're gonna go around.
Houston.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
We are erring on the side of waiting another orbit to begin our descent, so stand by.
Acknowledge.
Yeah, flight TELMU.
Go, tell me you.
Yeah, I figure he could maybe time scale to where he's clearly past tranquility and then do that request PDI, or is that an RTC function that guidance can help with?
PDI is calculated by the computer, so it's not a guidance thing necessarily.
Flight CAPCOM, I'm back.
Welcome back. Okay.
Roger that.
Now that you're back.
Back over to the initial CAPCOM.
Right, to fill you in, we're gonna go around the moon one more time and then begin our power descent.
Roger, flight.
Flight guidance or FIDO, whichever one of you has the answer first. How long till our AP or Apolloon, or whatever it's called?
Fido, you want to take that one? I have the LEM orbital data pulled up only.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What's wrong with you? Fido, you want to take that one?
Flight Fido.
Go ahead, flight.
How long till we're at our AP here?
I'm not quite sure. It says that the time to periapsis is 0 seconds. It also says that the time to apoapsis is 0 seconds.
Flight TELMU.
Yeah, go tell me.
He's still attached to the CSM, so you have to go to the CSM channel number 7.
Yep, that'll do it. Yep.
Roger that. I'm looking at CSM orbital data, and it looks like we have 21 minutes. 20 minutes, yeah.
20 minutes to PE or AP?
20 minutes periapsis, wait.
Roger that. Yeah, that's probably, yeah, that makes sense. 20 minutes over tranquility.
Sorry to take that from you, Fido.
Let's go ahead and warp. What is it? 2-hour warp period? Maybe warp an hour. Anyone have an objection to that for now?
Yeah, Flight TELMU, I recommend time scale to the apoapsis and then separate from the CSM.
Roger that. Capcom. Gonna issue. We're not going to be simulating LOS this time around, because time. But we are going to ask Astro to time warp to the AP, and which is in roughly how much time again? Did we say?
About 20 minutes, wait.
20 minutes. So okay, so have him time scale to 83 hours and 48 minutes, and then begin LEM separation.
Roger, Flight.
Flight TELMU.
Go tell me.
You were getting a periapsis time, but apoapsis time is 76
is going to
minutes.
be 83 hours, 48 minutes.
Hold your call, Capcom. Sorry. Apoapsis time is when? Sorry.
6 minutes.
83 hours, 48 minutes, and begin LEM
Capcom,
separation.
hold it.
Sorry,
Stop him.
Actually, hold.
Yeah, that's not right. We can't. That's
Yeah.
really not
That
right.
would be 84:35.
84:35. There you go, Capcom. I'm sorry.
Scratch that previous time. It's going to be 84...
84:35.
35. Sorry, it's going to be 84:35.
Scratch that 84:45.
Only on doing a descent to orbital insertion with SPS.
Scratch that. It's going to be
You're already in
84:45,
descent.
And you're already in descent.
Yeah, Flight TELMU. 84:45, sorry.
There you
So
go.
it would seem.
Good. You copy that, Paul?
Yep.
Alright. Confirm it's going to be 84:45.
84:45. Got it.
Roger.
I know we haven't gone over this many times. Matter of fact, we've only landed once together. Basically, how descent's gonna work is I'm gonna 4 minutes before PDI begins. I'm gonna go around the horn, make sure everyone's feeling good. Go, no go, whatnot. We'll do another one 4 minutes after, and then one 6 minutes after. The 6-minute one will be our go for landing. After go for landing, a short time after that, I'm gonna make the call out for minimal comms from Capcom, aside from fuel only.
CAPCOM.
Sorry, go, Paul.
Done.
Flight.
Roger, we copy.
Go for flight.
Yeah, Flight TELMU. So, yeah, good time for that request PDI.
Have him request PDI?
Please, yes.
Okay. Capcom, have him go ahead and request PDI.
Roger.
Do you want to have him do that before separation?
Sorry, I forgot he was still attached.
Oh, yep. Capcom, hold that.
Roger.
Capcom, if you would please, though, if you could have him let us know when he is properly separated.
Roger. All Houston, let us know when you have separated from the lunar module. Or scratch that command module.
Make sure he has 2 astronauts in the LEM.
Make sure you have 2 astronauts in the lunar module. Don't want to forget the other one.
Lunar module is done. It's undocked.
Roger, you separated from the
Go
LEM?
to TELMU.
Yep.
Given that he is separated, might be a good time for a save.
Yeah. CAPCOM, go ahead and have him save.
Apollo, sorry, Eagle Houston, we recommend you save.
Yep. Okay.
Good on you, CAPCOM, for doing that. I've been trying to get people to do that for a while.
You're welcome, Flight.
And now we do have an appropriate time for request PDI.
CAPCOM,
Roger, Eagle.
request PDI.
Eagle, we're gonna have you request PDI now.
Acknowledge. I requested.
We copy, Eagle.
Time for ignition is 84 hours, 85 hours, 42 minutes.
Roger, 85 hours, 42 minutes, Eagle.
39 seconds.
Have him aim for Tranquility Base with that IMU cursor.
Yep. Capcom, you get that?
Eagle Houston, we're going to have you aim for Tranquility Base with that orbital cursor.
Yep. Just going to the initial default attitude and then I'll... Wait. Do we even... Actually, that's a good point. I just realized something. Do we know when... Like, where this targeted me by default? Shoot. Stand by. I'll get back to you on that being possible.
Roger, Eagle.
Ah! Okay, good job, Petri, you did. Tranquility set as targeted.
Roger, Eagle.
Oh, and control. While we're in descent, just keep me updated on what program the computer is in as well.
Roger that, Flight. I'll also do, when do you want me to do fuel callouts?
Late stage, so probably P64. Oh no, I'm sorry, 66 is manual control, right?
Yeah, well, I was talking about the fuel percentages.
Yeah, so when he goes into manual, P66. Capcom flight.
Go flight.
Astro is cleared to warp at his own discretion, maximum PDI T-4.
Roger. Eagle Houston, you are good to warp, maximum of T-4.
Acknowledge, I'm just setting the event timer.
Roger, Eagle.
He asked Flight if he wants me to have the command module auto-circulate, auto-circularize,
please.
so that, Homeworld Astro doesn't have to do that, or if I don't know what he wants to.
That's fine. You can do that.
Yeah, Roger. Flight says you can do that.
Alright. That's what I'm doing. I just wanted to do it now before things get busy.
What time? What GET is our PDI again? Remind me again.
Thought I heard
Flight,
85.
it's gonna be.
We got 24 minutes. I'm looking at it on the guidance control and prop.
Minutes to PDI.
Roger.
Roger, Eagle, 10 minutes to PDI.
Control, which channel is that on? Out of my own curiosity.
This is Apollo Mission
Channel 45.
Control at 853245. Astronaut just reported he is 10 minutes away from PDI. PDI is going to be the beginning of our landing programs here with the multiple computer modes that'll be used on the LGC. The LEM right now is orienting for the PDI angle. You can see here the LEM look angle now is shifting as it's changing.
And guidance, I'm assuming that's the disky telling you that, right?
Do you want me to warp ahead to T-minus 5 minutes, or maybe 2 minutes, or something like that?
5 minutes is fine.
If I
Eagle,
tell me
5
we're
minute,
at 8 minutes,
5
6
minute
seconds
warp
right
would
now.
be fine.
Roger. Oh, I think I see it now, yeah.
Yeah, the bottom of channel 45.
Yeah, I see it now. All right. Apollo Flight Controller is going around the horn here for PDI. Retro, we don't have one. Fido.
Go.
Guidance.
Where go, Flight?
Control.
Controls go, Flight.
TELMU.
Go, Flight.
CAPCOM, you're go for PDI.
Roger, go for PDI. Eagle Houston, you are go for PDI.
Acknowledged.
How are we looking on our cryos, Control? Control Flight, how are we looking on our cryos? Bios.
Looking good, Flo.
Raj.
Flight, tell me.
Go tell me.
This is my first time with this guidance control screen, but the attitude doesn't look right for the PDI.
How so?
Well, it's got a yaw of 180 and a pitch of 71. That should be more like a 0 and a 110.
I think it's right. It's a yaw of negative 179 point something, probably 180. The roll is it's remember it's set to be a descent burn, and it's got to put us in a certain location. So it's probably correct.
Yeah, that's correct. It's not pointing prograde; it's pointing retrograde.
Like guidance,
Yeah,
I might
okay.
also show
Well,
Go
like I said,
guidance.
some
Go
customers-
break. Go guidance.
If I shed some light on this, the reason the pitch is not either 0 or 180 is because this is basically using the landing site as the initial reference point. So if we're pointing like, horizontal and stuff, we're not going to be pointing perfectly horizontal in relation to the landing site.
Okay. Flight controller's 1 minute PDI.
But it's a valid point to bring that up. So tell me.
1 minute.
Good.
Roger, you have about 1 minute.
This is Apollo Mission Control at SIS-654212.
All right, he's accepted. his
Flight
guidance.
has reported that we are 1 minute from PDI, and we're now standing by for the initialization of PDI.
Ignition.
And astronaut has now confirmed ignition.
Roger, ignition, Eagle.
Roger, Fido, how we looking?
Everything looks good from here. Not sure exactly what I'm supposed to be monitoring.
As long as our PE is going down.
The PD is going down as well as the axis.
Confirm full thrust.
Roger.
Roger, full thrust.
The DPS stage, or the Descent Propulsion System of the LM, is now firing at 100% thrust to start braking the spacecraft.
93% fuel flight.
And
Roger that.
control just called 93% fuel.
90% full.
90% fuel.
Okay. Just give me updates at past P66.
All right.
Flight TELMU.
Go tell me.
He should be getting landing radar data now.
TELMU now reports to flight that the LGC radar should now be locking onto the ground and tracking the ground.
What did I say?
Roger, landing radar.
He's going to want that verb 57 now.
Flight controller, stand by for PDI +4. All right, flight controller is going around the horn here for PDI +4. Retro, no retro. Fido.
Go.
Guidance.
We're go, flight, but I don't think he's incorporated yet.
Roger. Control.
Control's go flight.
TELMU.
Go flight.
CAPCOM, you are go to continue power descent.
Roger. Eagle, you are go to continued power descent at T+4 minutes.
Acknowledged.
Controls EMP64. Yep.
Negative.
What?
I'm still seeing P63.
Roger.
P64 is the landing maneuver approach phase.
Tell me, do you have something to say?
Say again?
Did you have something to say, Telmu?
Oh, I wanted to say to flight, he wanted to put in verb 57, but I'm sure he has by now.
Probably. All right. Controllers, stand by for go no go on landing at T6. All right, flight controllers going around the horn here. Go no go for landing. Retro nut here. Fido.
Everything looks go from here.
Guidance.
Go, flight.
Control.
Go flight.
Tell me.
Go flight.
CAPCOM, go for landing.
Right. Eagle Houston, you are go for landing.
Flight has now the Mission Control Center here in Houston.
Flight.
Roger. We should be standing by for P64 anytime now.
P63 is currently is in preparation for the powered is in preparation for a series of events that are going to happen. The first event will be a burn that will slow down the spacecraft until landing. The main events of this PPDI burn are as followed that we're currently in. First, we'll orient our spacecraft to a windows up position, which allows the landing radar, which is already locked onto the surface, to make its measurements. The LEM will then do a pitch maneuver from the horizontal to the vertical position, and the windows will be facing forward. This will might be stressful for the crew, because they've not seen the surface prior to the pitch maneuver, but they will they will discover the landing zone, and they should have been trained in the simulators to recognize the geography of the landing sites. In order to update the IMU navigation system, the radar will lock onto the ground and get some radar data and IMU navigation called Delta H. Their comparison between pings and AGS altitude and attitude rate would be announced, should be announced regularly by the astronaut. This should have already happened. We're gonna soon come in on the high gate mode.
What's our fuel state right now?
We are at 51.4%.
Raj.
We will soon go into high gate mode or final
I was going to
approach
do a
mode.
call out of 50%.
Okay.
High gate or approach mode.
Which we are at flight. Half our fuel has been used.
Roger.
This will happen at 2 kilometers above the surface, and the LEM will pitch, allowing visibility for the crew now to discover the landing site and possibility to use the LAPD and try and redesignate the landing sites and perform slate changes regularly during P64. During low gate P65, if we're in automatic, or P66 in manual, this will be the final landing.
P64.
And that is the call for P64.
Roger that, P64 flight.
We should now be rotating.
Roger, we copy P64, Eagle.
During this low gate phase, or the landing phase,
was decreased to 20 and now jumped up to 56%.
At 500 feet, this will allow the commander to take control of the LEM. There's 2 modes for the low gate stage. For this mission, we'll be using P66, which is manual control, but we could also utilize P65, which is automatic. On lunar contacts, the three of the LEM's legs that are equipped with probes will sense contact with the moon, triggering a blue signal, and at that point the engine should be cut off immediately.
Control flight, has he accepted his landing radar guidance?
I believe so. Not sure I can tell that flight.
I think he has. It seems to be using the landing radar for his H. $3,000 feet.
3,000 feet now. We should be far past high gate, coming up on 500 feet
CAPCOM,
for low gate P66.
Roger. Eagle, we have you at 3,000 feet.
Acknowledged.
Program 66 flight, we are at 42.6%.
Okay, roger that.
Program 66.
Both mission control and astronaut have confirmed we're now in P66, automatic or manual landing phase. We're now in P66. Is a little bit early, but it should be no problem.
Acknowledged.
You're at 40% fuel flow.
Roger, Capcom, 40%.
Yeah, we have 40% fuel, Eagle.
Acknowledged.
And Mission Control Houston, Astro, now acknowledge we're at 40% fuel left on the descent stage.
It looks like he has accepted the radar because the IMU is pretty much on top of the radar info.
Raj.
Control now
1,000 feet,
reports.
Capcom.
Control now reports that Astronaut has
Yeah, we have
accepted the
1,000 feet, Eagle.
data.
Acknowledged.
Okay, beyond 38% fuel, it'll be fuel only call out.
I don't think we gotta worry.
No, I don't think so either.
That descent rate seems really high.
Okay, Delta H is coming down.
Cut off.
Flight, we have cut
Roger,
off.
we copy.
Roger.
We have cut off, Eagle.
88 out of descent.
Now I'm gonna shut the OCS off. It drives me insane. I don't know why it keeps firing afterwards.
And now, man on
Okay,
the
don't forget
surface
his
on the
mode
moon
control.
for the
I think it's a bug.
and the astronaut has reported cutoff of the main engine. We're now going to look over the data and here now monitoring all the data. Mission controls silent.
Okay, flight controller, stand by for stay, no stay, T1.
Okay, that went well. Alright.
Alright, flight controller is going on the horn for stay, T1, stay, no stay. Fido,
We're go for stay.
Roger, guidance.
Stay.
TELMU,
Stay flat.
control.
Stay flat.
Roger, Capcom, you are go at T1, stay.
Roger. Tranquility Base, you are go for T1, stay.
Acknowledge. Running APS check post landing.
Roger.
There must have been a decimal point in register 3 I forgot about. That looked like a pretty fast landing, but it must have been 10 times slower than what I thought.
I was monitoring the H dot.
Where were you seeing that information? Just on the disk here, or was it a specific area?
No, it's on
of
channel
where?
48. Shows
Ah,
eggs
channel
and
48,
pigs.
okay. Cool. I was just wondering.
Running subsystem check.
Roger, tranquility.
I'm moving back to assistant flight.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Flight control now prepping, and we're now preparing for the first ever lunar EVA. Also standing by for T2.
I'll be right back.
Roger that.
Roger, Tranquility.
All right. Let's go ahead and get started on thinking about an EVA here.
Yeah, flight, tell me.
Go, tell me.
I'm pretty sure only the Astro can handle this, but he'll want to get the CSM into a circular orbit.
Oh, I think he can go ahead and handle this. I'm gonna AFD. If you want to go ahead and take this moonwalk, go ahead. I gotta go eat.
All right, I'll do that. All right. Once.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab dinner and then I'll just eat while I work.
Once he gets back,
Roger,
I'd
Tranquility.
like to get the CSM in a circular orbit, and then at his leisure, he can get ready for EVA.
Flight guidance.
Go for flight. What do you need, guys?
I noticed we haven't reached our apparatus yet, but I really want to make sure we get that CSM circularized. Because currently we are still in our lunar descent orbit with the CSM.
Yeah, I'd like to have him circularized as well, but he's getting his food.
Yeah, valid. I'm just going to be running stuff through my RTCC.
Alright. I don't know if we're going to be using the circularized snap tool, which probably is going to be a good idea, or if we're going to use a RTCC burn.
Well, currently I'm looking at some real funky data, so I'll get back to you on that.
How funky is when you try to compute it, is it giving you an error?
Roger,
Well,
we
when I'm
copy
using
your
the
back, Eagle.
RTCC,
Well, wait,
when
wait,
I'm using the RTCC and I set line 10 and 11 to 0 just to get the current orbital data,
Oh, it's
showing an
illusion.
app-axis of
This is weird optical
106.9 and a
illusion.
pole-axis of 3.6.
In the lunar module, it looks like it's a
Then
bit
it is
higher
certainly not
up
that.
than it actually is.
Alright, Capcom. I'd like you to have
It's how Petri has the camera physics.
Apollo, to have the Astro circularize using the circularized snap function to circularize the CSM using the circularized snap function.
Subsystem check complete. I suppose I should go ahead. I'll wait for flight.
Flight, I'm not getting those numbers. I've got 57 nautical mile apoapsis and 7 nautical mile periapsis.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking. That's why we can't use
we're
the
gonna have
RTCC,
you
so we're gonna
circularize
rely on
the
the snap
CSM now in orbit.
Yeah, RTCC, gotta love it.
It's also got to be the early development, and it's probably doing an invalid computation somehow, so that needs to be fixed.
Stand by.
Yeah, and flight, tell me.
Flight, he said it's on auto circularize.
Yeah, I believe so. It should be some kind of tool to do it. I don't know exactly what.
I believe he said it's already enabled, possibly.
Alright, have him radio if he has used it. Let me know when he's used it. What did you need to tell me?
Depending on how long he
already
intends
enabled?
to stay or do an EVA, there may be some
Roger.
circuit breakers that we don't have to worry about, but at the very least, shut off landing radar.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. We're going to need to shut off the landing radar. We don't need it right now, and it's just draining power. Even though the LEM is designed for 2 days, I'd like to shut off what we don't need right now. I don't know if
I have
you
ideas,
wanna
Flight.
Okay, send them to me, because remember, we're going to have to power these up again for ascent.
Okay, basically, I would shut down the RCS TCAs and RCS heaters.
Anything else?
I'll be working on that.
So, do you want me to time warp, or?
Standby tranquility.
Acknowledge.
Flight, he said that auto circularize is already enabled.
Alright, have him confirm. When's it going to do that, out of curiosity?
Would you like me to go ask?
Yeah,
stand by.
I wanted to know when it's going to happen.
Roger. Flight wants to know when the CSM will auto-circularize.
I have no idea. Whenever it hits 55 nautical miles.
Yeah, Flight, I would expect the CSM to circularize somewhere around the 160 west latitude, or longitude.
So we'll expect connect to circularize at the
So when you get current, never mind.
That's affirmative.
Okay.
Capcom. Capcom guidance. Just inform him that if the listed value to circularize at is above the CSM's current apoapsis, then it will never circularize. $55 nautical miles? 5.5. Okay, then that'll be perfectly fine. Thank you very much. He's all set on that regard then. Thank you.
Flight TELMU, more circuit breakers on the list.
Alright, what do you got for me?
You can shut off all window heaters and anything related to the descent engine.
You sure about the window heaters? Because that might affect the interior of the cabin.
They probably don't draw too many amps, but I thought that'd be helpful.
Yeah. Okay, Capcom, have you been listening? Because I'd like him to shut off the RCS heaters and TCA, as well as not... What was the other one besides the windows you want to tell me?
Well, there's landing radar, of course, and anything related to the descent engines.
Yeah. Have him pull the circuit breakers on what TELMU you said.
Roger, flight. Tranquility Base, Tranquility Base Houston, we're gonna have you pull a couple circuit breakers to conserve power.
What one?
We're gonna have you pull the RCS TCAs, the RCS heaters, the window heaters, anything related to the descent propulsion system and the landing radar.
That's already been done. Everything but the RCS heaters has been done for the check.
Roger, then just proceed with pulling the circuits for the RCS heaters.
Do you want me to put the AGC in standby?
Standby.
You know what I mean. Same damn computer, slightly different software.
You want them to put the LGC on standby?
That would probably be a good idea for now, because we're not going to use it.
Right.
Yeah, have them put the LEM guidance computer in standby.
Yeah, Tranquility Base Houston, we're gonna have you put the LGC on standby. Roger, proceed with deactivating the RCS heaters.
Already ahead of you.
Roger.
Flight TELMU with another energy management suggestion.
Okay, hit me up.
I'd like him to get the Lunar battery in using the Lunar battery management configuration number 3 on the checklist.
That sounds good, Capcom. Let's radio that up to him if he is not busy right now.
Sorry, confirm. You want them to do you want them to activate the Lunar battery using Lunar battery management configuration 3?
Yeah.
Roger. Tranquility Base Houston. Gonna have another housekeeping task for you. We're gonna have you activate the Lunar batteries through using Lunar battery management config 3 checklist.
Command
wait till he's done eating.
Right, yeah, it can wait.
This is Apollo Mission Launch Control. We're currently waiting for the EVA the astronaut will perform. However, we're unable to film that, so we're going to be cutting off the live stream here. Hope you guys enjoyed watching, and we will be back at this next week.